I like working with Kumihimo because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which JewelleryMaker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because that it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making Kumihimo braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems, because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making Kumihimo.
Tanzanite is truly spectacular. This precious gemstone is only found in one location in the world, Tanzania, Africa. Claimed to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds, Tanzanite is the blue variety of zoisite. Tanzanite is extremely popular due to its trichroic nature, which means that 3 different colours can be seen when looking at the gem from different angles. In Tanzanite's case, these colours are blue, pinkish violet and yellow.
Good evening and welcome to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We are going to make it worth your while because not only have we got the show jam-packed with treats, but also we're joined by resident designer Sheila. How are you, Sheila? Are you okay?
I'm fine, thank you. Are you?
You look so glamorous.
Oh, thank you. Nice to meet everybody.
Yeah, we don't get
night show for ages.
Absolutely, we don't get the privilege of having you on the Late Show very often, but you're here this evening for us. So Sheila will be inspiring us throughout the show with lovely designs. You're working with some of our wholesale bundles, aren't you?
I am indeed, yes.
You've already
making a start.
Excited. You've already made a start on some of the designs. Okay, cool. So we'll come over to you very shortly to have a look. If you have any questions for Sheila, maybe jewellery making queries, then you can text in to 60777. Start your text with the phrase JM Studio, or of course if you're logged in at jewellerymaker.com, very simple, just write your message. It will come through to our producer this evening, who is executive producer Martha. So the big boss is in the hot seat, and that's probably why we have got this luxurious treat for you. You may have seen this launch yesterday, but some of the stock was reserved for the Late Show. So yesterday, Jenny launched this particular strand on the morning show, the Sunday morning show, which is really the flagship show for us here on JewelleryMaker, that Sunday morning show, when we're joined by some of our lovely viewers as well. This was launched and it flew out the door. The remaining stock has been reserved for the Late Show audience, but I have to warn you, I have just 33 available. Very precise number. That's the exact quantity that we have for our superstar buy this evening, and we will be bringing you this at the original launch price, under £100 for faceted Tanzanite rounds. Absolutely incredible. And another little treat that was negotiated by executive producer Martha, although we have to say a big thank you to channel manager Paula. She's also provided us with this amazing amber cabochon. Now we have a slightly healthier stock level on this particular item. We've got around about 200 of these available, and it will be launched under £10. I have to say, 200 sounds like a lot, but in my experience, amber is one of the biggest sellers, certainly one of the quickest sellers on the channel. So I'm expecting this to fly out the door at 8 PM when we launch this particular item. So get on the phone lines the second you see something you like the look of here on the Late Show, because it is a little bit fast and furious. Lots of last of stock deals that we have to bring you, and of course if you've missed out on these opportunities previously, this could be your final chance to add these to your orders. And this is one of the first items that I think is going to be a sellout deal. Of course, the best thing about shopping from us here on the Late Show is that if you've already got your order up and running this morning, or maybe you felt inspired by Laura binding this afternoon, you're only ever going to pay 1 P&P per day. Our standard P&P is just $2.95, very, very economical. So we try to find add it to your order deals here on The Late Show. I'm going to kick off with this incredible strand of Peridot. Faceted rounds, and they actually do graduate. It's very subtle graduation. They range from 3mm to 4mm, so it's not dramatic, but it's quite subtle, and I think that's going to be very effective with a gemstone that is as vibrant as this 100% natural Peridot. It is exquisite, isn't it? Gorgeous colour tones here, kind of fresh spring greens, but you also get that golden inner glow from the gemstone as well, kind of like lemon and lime kind of tones. Oh, they're already flying out the door. We had just 10 of these remaining in stock. Let's get that price on screen. Oh, well, that explains it all, doesn't it? That's why it was flying out the door so quickly. Essentially, gems of distinction quality, but coming in at an add it to your order price. Oh, it's actually been a sellout deal there. As you can see, the quantity bar couldn't keep up with everybody coming through. But at that price, you can understand why. Another very sort of fresh pastel tone coming through here from your lemon quartzite, and it's going to be another fastest finger first deal. The quicker you get on the phone lines this evening, the more chance you have of succeeding in getting hold of these add it to your order deals. 300 carats of yellow quartzite on this particular item, but I have to say it's all about the cut. The lapidress has done all of the design process for you by hand carving these into 5 petal flowers. They are quite a significant size. They're 20mm in size, and they haven't been seen too many times here on JewelleryMaker. So this again shows their popularity. They've only been seen very few times, and we're now down to a last of stock deal. The other good thing about these is that you've got a little spacer bead in between each gemstone. That's a massive benefit to you, of course, because that could be the accent to your solitaire ring potentially. That's
a great head. I think those are for sort of bridesmaids bands.
Hairbands,
you know,
fantastic.
Children's bridesmaids, yeah.
Yeah,
very,
little flower girls.
Yeah, little flower girls.
And again, the job's done for you, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because the carving takes care of that. Another great benefit that I've heard from a lot of wire workers, particularly when people first start the discipline of wire work, is that the little carvings actually almost provide you with anchor guides, so you can just literally wire wrap round the petals. It holds them in place, makes that wire work process a little bit easier. And of course, the more you experiment with wire work, the more confident you become, and then the more elaborate your designs will be. 300 carats of yellow quartzite, and of course, an add it to your order price, $6.95. Taking any gemstone to under £10 is always a little bit shocking, even when you're here every day as the presenter of the show. But to get 300 carats of a gemstone that's been hand carved and really is doing all the work for you, it's providing you with all of that character, and of course floral motifs are one of the most popular shapes within your sort of craft fairs. And if you are trying to maximise the profitability and you want to create solitaire rings or charms using these, it's going to go a long way. You're getting 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20 on this strand. It is an approximation because, you know, you might get 19, you might get 21, 22. You're always going to get 300 carats, 20 individual solitaire rings, and you've even got your little accent gemstones there with the spacers. I mean, one of those rings is going to be at least £10, so you're going to make a profit off one gemstone. And if you do set it with silver wire, antique bronze wire, copper wire, gold wire, you can't go wrong with this particular gemstone because it's got a very neutral colour tone, hasn't it? So you can easily add this with any metallic tone. We do have some wire coming up later in the show, and it will be going to a clearance price, and I am seriously impressed with 100 metres of wire for under £15 later in the show. In fact, coming up in this hour. I've got people multi-buying this particular strand, so if you've got it in your basket, you know the drill. Check out to avoid disappointment. Whenever you place something in your basket, it's just a signal of intent. And you do need to check out to ensure your strand is heading to your door. 1 P&P per day. We are now going to move on to this extremely sophisticated gemstone. This is going to be right up your street, Sheila. Oh, hold on. These little threads have just got caught. There we go. I mean, I'm instantly thinking of sort of 1920s flapper girl designs.
Downton Abbey, isn't that?
Oh, I like
Downton
it.
Abbey, that. Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely gorgeous.
I'm thinking of this with some white pearls, Sheila. Would that work for you?
Well, exactly. And also put some chain with it because, I mean, especially this time of the year, it's all for the sort of layered look, isn't it? You know, you wear these sort of off-the-shoulder dresses and, you know, lowish dresses.
Yeah, if you've got a plunging neckline.
That's the word I was looking for, Ed, yes. You know, that is something that would adorn the top part so beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely.
And with pearls and chain, and you know, make a big feature piece out of it.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a high statement piece that these are included, isn't it? And it's not just that luster, that rich luster that you get from the black spinel. Of course, it has been known to give you more luster than a black diamond spinel, but I have to say with this particular strand, it's about the cut for me. Really theatrical and dynamic cut. If you look at this from one side, you've got that traditional checkerboard faceting.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
But then if I turn it over here, have a look at those. They're going to sit very, very proud. I mean, you could use those as statement pendants.
Well, and always keep two for a pair of earrings to match.
Absolutely. You've got the graduation in size here, so that'll work perfectly.
They are beautifully faceted, aren't they? Beautifully.
Absolutely gorgeous. You need that faceting to really draw the luster from the gemstone. You can see here very definitive facets on the face of the gemstone, on both faces as well, because you've got the checkerboard facets here, and then you've got these triangular shaped facets which actually accentuate that elongation that you've got from the way this has been cut to a point on the gemstone. I'm actually thinking maybe solitaire rings as well. These range in size from 10 to 14 millimeters, and I'm being told we can give you an exclusive price reduction. It's a last of stock deal. It's the end of the line for this particular strand. Who knows whether we'll ever be able to get it back in stock. Right now is your opportunity to get on the phone lines. Originally available for $14.95. We're going to take it down to Bargain Town, $11.95. No messing about here. Do you know what? That makes it a completely risk-free shopping experience. I think at $14.95 we were already offering you the best value on the market, but by taking off the equivalent of your P&P, it means you can get it home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision, completely risk-free. I can't see too many people sending these back though, because of course it's going to go with every other gemstone. It suits every possible style of jewellery design.
And it's in the crown jewels?
And it is in the crown jewels, you're quite right.
It is, yeah.
I suppose you're thinking of the red spinel, are you, in the centre of the...
Yeah, but I mean the black is so elegant as well. It really speaks for itself, doesn't it, I think? Beautiful.
Oh, that's interesting actually, because spinel is Latin for thorn, as in like a thorn bush, like a rose thorn.
Yeah.
And interestingly, these are faceted to a point, like a sharp point. Still going to be really comfortable to wear on the neckline and wristline, of course, but I just think it brings a bit of drama to the piece, actually. Now, here on The Late Show, if we offer you an exclusive price reduction, it will only ever be available for 60 minutes. So the clock starts counting once we do our price reduction. So even if you are caught in two minds, I would advise that you get these in your order and see them in the flesh. You're always going to be able to make a better assessment of the quality of the gemstones once you see them in the flesh, and in all honesty, we have extended the money back guarantee until the end of January. So we're making it so easy for you to get hold of genuine gemstones at ridiculously low prices tonight. And we're going to move on right now to a genuine clearance deal. This is probably one of the most essential items for a lot of jewellery makers out there. We know that wire's our most popular discipline. We were given a bit of an indication because of how many workshops, designers, DVDs we have dedicated to this discipline, but also we did a vote recently on the Hub, the new interactive segment on the morning show. And wirework was voted as our favourite discipline, so we know how popular it is, and you can understand why. Helps you to make your gemstones go that little bit further, and also I think it allows people to express their own personality within their design, so it's always popular. 1 mil, a staple for all jewellery designers, because it allows you to do the structural work within your pieces. So this is where you really save money, because of course if you want to make findings, although I think traditionally people use 0.8 for their findings, but you can do it. But I think, you know, those structural motifs, you need your 1 mil. And this is gorgeous purple wire, of course, basically amethyst colour. So our favourite discipline with our favourite colour tone. There you go. Should be $27.95. We're already confident that that is one of the most competitive prices on the market, but we are going to take it down to a clearance price. For the next hour, you can add 100 metres of 1 mil wire for $14.95, under £15 for 100 metres of gorgeous silver plated copper wire. No messing around this evening. That is a serious deal. That's a must-have for all wire workers. Get on the phone lines as quickly as possible. These are already being allocated to orders online at JewelleryMaker.com. Make sure you're checking out those baskets. And I have to say, once again, you've got 60 minutes to take advantage of that deal. If there's any left in stock, then they're going to go back up to $27.95 after an hour. So fly in on the free phone number to add that to your order, or of course if you're shopping at JewelleryMaker.com, click to buy now. Amazing deal there. 100 metres of wire at the clearance price of $14.95. We don't see that price very often for this wire, do we, Sheila?
You don't indeed, and I love wire as well. I try to use it as much as I can, because I think, I mean, look at that one particular gemstone in the middle of the necklace there that you've got in front of you, Ed.
This
and
kind of piece.
The other one, is it a quartz, the one there? The one
it looks like agate to me in the centre, yeah.
I mean, look how gorgeous that is, just with one feature piece in it, and that one there on the white bust is absolutely gorgeous.
I mean, that, yeah.
Maggie Smith would love that.
That's a real showstopper, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful.
And, of course, it's featuring this same colour tone of wire, so it's perfect.
Yeah,
and
stunning.
And actually, this is an amethyst cabochon that's been set into this wirework. We do have some cabochons coming up later in the show. Of course, we've got the amber cabochon. We've got some other varieties as well. I think we've got the serpentine one as well. Collection, so that'll go really nicely, because I think purples and greens are always a really classic combination for jewellery design, and the serpentine with those rich sort of forest greens will work brilliantly with this wire. Down to $14.95. That is a clearance price. It should be $27.95, which is already incredible value, but at $14.95, what are you waiting for? Start dialing the free phone number. It's a no-brainer, really, isn't it? You're always going to need your wire in your stocks, especially your 1 mil. And I mean, if you're not happy with anything, you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee extended right now until the end of January. But can't see this being returned. I mean, who else would offer you an extended money-back guarantee until the end of January? That's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We want to offer you a risk-free shopping experience, and with these prices, a free phone number, 1 P&P all day, and an extended money-back guarantee, you cannot go wrong. I'm going to leave these to one side, actually, because they're taking up all the desks, and we've got all these treats here, and we're going to move on to our next deal. Where is it, sorry? Now, interestingly, Gems TV, our sister channel, have just spent an hour showcasing this particular gemstone with their flagship presenter, Lynn Jinks, has been on there bringing us Swiss Blue Topaz in some of the most elaborate designs. They've had affordable pieces set into silver, which is predominantly how topaz is used on the high street, but they have had real sort of luxury pieces set into 9-carat gold, even 18-carat gold as well. So they've just spent an hour showcasing this gemstone, and that goes to highlight the fact that real collectors do want to own topaz. They want to have this in their collection. It is actually a birthstone. It's November's birthstone. So that could be a consideration for a lot of people, because you might be, you know, if you've just dealt with somebody's birthday gift and you've bought them something, you know, that they needed or they wanted, and you want to bring a little bit of luxury to them for their Christmas gift, you could actually create your own design. Oh, is that right? The 4th and 23rd wedding anniversaries, Topaz is the gift for as well. So there you go. What does Topaz mean? Christique. Oh, to seek, to look for. Yes, okay. Oh, that's quite an interesting connotation, isn't it? Maybe if you're, well, maybe you're seeking love in your life. I'm not trying to say anything. I have to say, one of the reasons that I think a lot of people favour Topaz is because it is, much like amethyst and garnet, it's used by the high street designers, isn't it? And therefore people are aware of the gemstone, they want to have it in their collection, but they're used to seeing price points of 70, 80, even 3-figure sums for this gemstone. And of course, if you're selling your jewellery designs, you can make them much more affordable. Perfect for this time of year, of course, because you've got those very icy blues coming through.
Gorgeous colour, isn't it? It goes with so many things.
Absolutely.
So many gemstones.
It's interesting, actually, isn't it, that you can get a colour tone, and it is quite a prominent colour, but it's still very neutral. I can't think of too many gemstones it wouldn't work with. No,
exactly. And I know it might sound a bit, but sort of oranges go a real nice, you know, even sort of carnelians, you know, that sort of colours go lovely with that. Absolutely beautiful.
So actually a bit of contrast
Don't
works
ever be
with
frightened, no, to mix and to try different contrasts with your gemstones, because you'll be amazed at what you do actually, and you think, oh, I wouldn't have thought of that
Absolutely.
before.
I think if you play it safe all the time, you're never really going to learn about yourself as a designer, are you? So think outside the box, experiment as much as possible. I mean, this is a classic gemstone, gorgeous topaz, and have a look at the way it's been faceted. Of course, the greater the number of facets on the surface of the gemstone, the greater the play of light, and this is actually sparkling really beautifully, even in our studio lights, which is actually saturating the colour a little. You could see on the recording there that you do get quite a rich sky blue hue coming through. Looks a little bit less saturated in our studio lights, but it does look very seasonal because you've got those icy blues. But actually, you know, that would translate brilliantly into the springtime as well, wouldn't it? I know that a lot of designers are going to be thinking a season ahead, and it's a really fresh icy blue tone. They range in size from 8x5 to 15x8, so fantastic graduation there again. Maybe if you want to create a matching set with the pendant and the sort of droplet style earrings. We are going to take this Gems of Distinction strand of topaz under £15 this evening. $14.95 is your price point tonight. And if you do want to get hold of this particular gemstone, you know what to do. You can get involved in all the usual ways via the free phone number or at JewelleryMaker.com. But I have to say, this could actually be one for the collectors. Beautiful blue topaz there, $14.95. And right now, it's time to bring you another very well-known gemstone. In fact, we're going to go to one of the big four as a star buy. Okay, here we go then. So it's star buy time. First star buy of the evening. And if you haven't really watched the Late Show that often, we try to give you an exceptional deal round about past and at the top of each hour as star buy opportunities. And this particular item is exceptionally luxurious. It is one of the traditional big four or big five, depending on how you look at it. Of course, we have Tanzanite on the show later as our superstar buy. Actually, I'll tell you what, the combination of these midnight blues, almost like salon blues, that you're getting on this particular sapphire, and the more violet tones that you've got from your Tanzanite work brilliantly together, don't they? How luxurious and high-end is the combination of sapphire and Tanzanite. You wouldn't get too many designers that could offer you that kind of luxury within a bespoke piece of jewellery. I am going to move the Tanzanite for 1 second because it is rather distracting. And you've got over 100 carats of sapphire, 100% natural. And it's a real rich saturation of colour. One of the benefits for you as a jewellery maker, particularly if you're selling your designs on this particular strand, is I think when most people think of sapphire, their immediate association is the colour of blue. Of course, sapphire is traditionally found in this colour. We know that corundum comes in a variety of different colours, of course. You know, we do get canary sapphires, and, you know, people who are au fait with gemological information will know about that combination of colours that you get in sapphire. But of course, if you're selling on, your customers might not be as informed as you are. So when they think of sapphire, they might think of this colour tone, and this is sapphire blue, isn't it? That midnight blue tone that you associate with the gemstone. I love the finish on these gemstones. Now, sometimes a faceted gemstone is what you're looking for because you want a bit of sparkle, but because of the opaque nature of this particular variety of sapphire, the way it's been polished really makes it look high-end. It actually makes it look a little bit different, a little bit alternative, and sometimes that can be very popular with customers, can't it? Because you're introducing people to an idea that they're not familiar with. So people might have never seen sapphires of this cut with this finish. And when you start to educate your customers, when you start to inform them, they're going to feel more at ease with you as the seller, but also they're going to spend a little bit longer looking at your designs, and that always leads to greater sales. Once people start to feel more comfortable, then they're going to part with their cash. That's the way to look at it. Over 100 carats of sapphire here, one of the big, traditionally the big four, but we do refer to it as a big five these days. And again, the beauty of working with these kind of colour tones is that it'll work with any metal tone as well. Because you can imagine this set into silver looking really sophisticated, but then if you set it into rose gold, you'd be adding warmth to your design. Yellow gold, a classic combination, isn't it? The deep blues and the yellow gold. Because, I mean, it just exudes opulence, doesn't it, when you've got blue with that yellow gold tone. But as I say, really sophisticated with the silver as well, so you just can't go wrong with this. Is this the kind of gemstone that you'd be drawn to, Sheila? Gorgeous sapphires?
It is, it's beautiful, isn't it? And I just noticed on screen just how it showed all the lights, how they were reflecting off it.
Do you know what?
Just beautiful.
It's almost like it has chatoyancy, isn't it?
When I looked at it I thought, is that druzy? Because there was like lots of sparkling and... Yeah, really.
There's quite delicate inclusions inside that. Yeah, absolutely. It's giving it that play of light.
Yeah, it is.
Very, very interesting variety. Now, you are not going to be able to get hold of over 100 carats of blue sapphire for this price point very often. Even here at JewelleryMaker, I would suggest. Catching flies. You'll get invited to Christmas dinner at my house if you can render me silent. $19.95 for 110 carats of blue sapphire. And of course, if you are selling your designs and if you are introducing your customers to alternative cuts and finishes on certain gemstones, you might want your certificate of authenticity so that you can prove that it is exactly what you say it is. We can offer you that here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. Speak to a member of the help team who will be able to add that to your order. I think if you want the laminated ones, it's 50p added to your card, but I think if you're shopping online, you can just print them out. Is that correct? Yes, so there you go. But, you know, if you want the real deal, the laminated varieties, then it's 50p. But if you think about the amount of credibility that offers you as a designer, it's a drop in the ocean, really, isn't it? And of course, if you're selling your sapphire designs, again, you can be quite sparing with the carat weights that you include, because people are aware of the inherent value of sapphires. Particularly, famously, sapphires are being passed down because our future queen is wearing sapphire engagement ring, isn't she? Which was, of course, passed down, as we all know. So 110 carats of sapphire and $19.95, not a price point you'd usually associate with a gemstone like this, particularly when you think they're top drill drops, so they're so easy to work with. I mean, Mark Smith's over in the workshop today doing a macrame workshop, and he often talks about taking a huge array of earrings and earring designs to your craft fairs. He takes around about 400 different pairs of earrings. He says the best way to turn around your money. They're so simple to make. I mean, you could create a pair of sapphire earrings. I would use gold plated sterling silver shepherd hooks, or maybe rose gold plated findings, and that way you're adding value to your design. People will associate sapphire set into gold plated findings with a premium price point, but you're going to be able to make 1, 2, 3. This is a rubbish way to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 pairs of earrings, and you'll have one left over for a pendant. So you've got 25 individual sapphires there. Works out at £1.56 per sapphire. Per pair. So we're talking about 78p per sapphire now. How much would you pay for a pair of sapphire earrings?
Oh,
it's got to be 20, 25 pounds anyway.
Yeah, sapphire would probably be more than that on the high street, wouldn't it? Yeah,
on the high street, absolutely.
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Even if it's coming towards the end of a day.
To sort of buy them at a craft fair, it's the ideal place to go for them, isn't it?
Absolutely. So you're going to be able to get bespoke sapphire earring designs, and you can actually make them very affordable. Nobody needs to know that you were paying kind of wholesale prices for top-end gemstones. Gorgeous finish here. When you see this in the flesh, you are going to instantly fall in love with the strand. In fact, probably be a little bit difficult for you to actually part with the design, in all honesty. $19.95 is your price point, and it looks like that could be a sellout deal. So if you've got them in your basket, please heed my warnings and check out. Ooh, yes, let's have a look at our next star bites. Coming up at the top of the hour, as I say, usually have one every half an hour or so. It might vary every now and then, but we know you're not going anywhere because you don't want to miss out on any deals. Pretty much skipping rope lengths of garnet here. They are seriously impressive, aren't they? These must be, because you've got all of those little spaces, but you've still managed to jam-pack each strand with huge carat weights of gorgeous garnet. And again, kind of the flagship colour tone for garnet, would we say? I think most people would associate garnet with this rich kind of claret red tone. And very easy to use again, because you've got top drill drops here. This is coming up at the top of the hour. 2 strands of January's birthstone, under £10. Make sure you've got your phone in your hand at 5 to 6. I have to say, can't go wrong with these. Wholesale deal for a must-have finding. Ah, here they are. I'm just having a look for my my favourite metallic tone, actually. Gorgeous rose gold. I see it as the most versatile metallic tone, personally, because tends to have associations with vintage style jewellery, but also very contemporary designs. In fact, if you look on the high street at the moment at, you know, the real big marketing campaigns for men's watches over the Christmas period, they're all in this rose gold tone. So again, adds to its versatility because it's perfect for feminine designs because you've got that slight pink tone, but as you can see, it's being used heavily within the men's luxury jewellery market as well. So more versatility, and of course you're adding that warmth. Traditionally it's used to add warmth to your design, so you just can't go wrong having rose gold items in your stash. These are rose gold plated copper earring findings, and you're getting 50 pairs here. Again, so easy to use because of that good shape. It's almost like a harp shape, isn't it? Which is quite a romantic design. I mean, all you've got to do is add a jump ring on there, and you're away. Just need a gemstone, couple of faceted tanzanites or beautifully polished sapphires. And what kind of profit margins are we talking about then? Because we can offer you these findings for 18p per pair this evening, less than 20p for rose gold plated findings, $8.95 for 50 pairs in total. And of course, as I just said, if you are planning to sell your designs, always important to have lots of choice on your stall. And as I say, Mark says he takes around 400 pairs, and that some people might look at that and think it's excessive, but when I sort of cross-reference this piece of information by putting the same question to Jan. She was saying she takes at least 200 pairs of earring designs to her craft fair, so clearly it's important to have a lot of choice on your store, and you're always going to make more sales if you try to cover all the bases, have something for everyone. These are great because they're so affordable, but because you've got the base metal there, you can sort of justify maybe lower price points. It's almost as though these days we have to justify the lower price points more than the higher price points to ensure people know we are working with the real deal. And I mean, what gemstones would you set into rose gold, Sheila?
Oh,
because you get that warmth, but you also get a bit of femininity, I think.
I mean, I had some watches last year, and they were bought in rose gold as well, and they had like quartz in white. Right. And they looked absolutely beautiful with it.
So you can be keep it really subtle, clear quartz.
Almost like that diamond look, you know, from the quartz.
I think that's why clear quartz is so popular, isn't it? Because you get that traditional clarity and sparkle.
So I think
that's a nice idea.
Smoky quartz would go lovely as well.
Oh, it would, absolutely. That's a great suggestion.
It's a sort of the rose gold. It isn't a gold. It's not a deeper gold. It really is a colour that stands out from anything else because it's different.
Do you know what? It's interesting that you say that because I was doing a bit of chain mail last week, and I was actually combining rose gold and yellow gold, and I think rose gold seems to be one that works with other metallic tones as well, doesn't it?
It looks lovely in chain mail, yeah, absolutely. So I think, you know, anything goes with rose gold. It's one of those that it can carry most gemstones with it. And some chain on there would look nice, Ed, as well.
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Some chain with maybe a gemstone on the bottom.
Nice.
Of your choice, yeah.
Maybe Faceted Tanzanite.
Oh, yeah.
I do like the blues and the rose golds as well, because then it really does offer you that warmth, doesn't it? Because you get the icy tones from the blues and the violets, and then you get the warmth from the pink tones and the rose gold. $8.95, a wholesale deal on gorgeous earring findings there. Now we are going to move on, and we're going to bring you some very impressive cords. Now I can see all of the macrame artists still keeping Mark busy in the workshop at 6 o'clock at night. But you know, that's the beauty of coming down to the studios, of course. You get to get involved with all the gang, and they're going to miss out on this deal by the looks of it, because they're still eating biscuits and cakes and chatting, and that means that everybody at home can add 100 meters of weaving cord to their order. Once again, this is what we're all about here at JewelleryMaker, offering you wholesale deals so that we can offer you the best value on the market, and I think that's what we're about to do. These are very popular colours. They're basically gemstone colours, aren't they? You've got your neon apatite blues, your amethyst purples, your peridot greens, your morganite or rose quartz pinks, and then have a look at these beautiful sort of citrine yellows, or lemon quartz maybe. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. So you've got 20 meters of each color, 100 meters in total, and I am very accurately informed by our designers that the beautiful thing about these is they'll fit through the finer drill holes. So that means that you can make very intricate macrame weaves, or kumihimo, or crochet. You used to do quite a bit of crochet,
and knitting,
yeah.
I've done a crochet, a knitting bracelet for my show on the 17th.
Ah, there you go.
Big thick one, yeah.
There you go, an exclusive. Tune in on the 17th to see Sheila's design. But yeah, they're perfect for all of those different knotting and weaving designs.
Well, they are. There's just almost the colours of the rainbow there, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. They're really well, they're described as pastel cords actually, so it's pretty much dealt with in the title, but they really are offering you sort of a transition really between your gemstone colours and the colour tones that you see in the weaves, because it tends to be toned down once you create the weaves, doesn't it? And so you need that little bit of vibrancy in the material to begin with. Absolutely gorgeous. 20 meters of each colour. We've already got people on the phone lines, and at this kind of price point, I'm not surprised. I mean, honestly, I'm not trying to detract from what anybody does, but if you do go to the independent craft shops, you can be paying sort of £1 a metre for these kind of materials. And at $6.95 for 100 meters, that really is offering you a wholesale opportunity. That's our aim, that's our remit here at JewelleryMaker, to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. and I think we're definitely doing that here. $6.95 for 100 meters of your pastel weaving cord. And of course, if there's anything that you can see in your independent craft shops that we don't stock here at JewelleryMaker, then let us know. We are determined to offer you everything you need for all of your crafting needs, especially, of course, jewellery making is our predominant focus. But yeah, if you do see something you think, I wonder why JewelleryMaker don't have that, let us know, because we'll be able to get hold of it, and with our buying power, hopefully, we'll be able to give you the best price on the market. $6.95 right now for 100 meters of pastel weaving cord, and I'll leave that one with you. Again, you know, I don't say this to be repetitive, just to make sure you don't miss out. Check out those baskets. Moving on. Oh, wow, yes, sorry, I'm being very silly. Here we are. Look at these. Statement pieces here. Now these could be really popular with people who do attend craft fairs. I'll tell you why. This is a last of stock deal, but they're absolutely humongous.
Oh, wow. Oh, imagine what you could do with those, with the wire as well, and oh, wow.
Tell me, what would you do?
The one on the end, look at that. That's
one.
Beautiful, isn't it?
They are spectacular, aren't they? They almost look like...
You've got 5 pieces of individual jewellery there, haven't you?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm thinking about a real large sort of cuff bracelet. Could you centre one in the middle?
Yeah,
would that look good?
It's never ending, really, you know, because they've got the drill hole at the top as well. It sort of allows you to do your wire work around it without having to worry about doing a frame underneath.
So it just becomes a kind of anchor hole, and then you can just go to town with the wire work flourishes.
Yeah, definitely.
They almost look like, you know, when you cut a tree and you see the grain, the rings on the grain of wood. It's almost the kind of banding you've got on here. So it adds to the organic nature of these.
That's what I like about agate, you know, because you get large gemstones mainly from it, and they're all individual.
Yes.
And their colours are beautiful. They do. Agate comes in all the colours, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, these are very neutral, aren't they? Because they're very earthy colour tones.
With lots of different colours.
Again, it sort of feeds into the organic nature that you've got from this gemstone. You've actually got over 750 carats.
I might have to have that one at the end. I think we might have to break that up, Ed.
Oh, that one might go missing, mightn't it?
Yeah.
There you go. Can't argue with Sheila.
Well, if you don't ask,
she's part of the Bennett family, the owners of the entire company, so she can have what she wants. 780 carats of natural coloured agate here. Top drilled slabs. Slabs doesn't sound very romantic, but it's definitely appropriate for these particular gemstone cuts, isn't it? Okay, currently available.
Aren't they, really?
You could use them as cabochons, couldn't you?
We should call them something like that, really, shouldn't we, instead of slabs, really?
I'll get the people in the office, I'll get them on it.
Name, yeah.
There we go. $12.95 is the current price for these particular agates, but we're about to take them down to the lowest price we can possibly bring you this evening, a clearance price of $8.95. Wow. I misheard what you said in my ear, so I was shocked by the price then. I wasn't expecting them to go that low.
Neither was I.
Bearing in mind that the smallest of these is 58 by 42. The largest is 79 by 37. And I tell you, when people are shopping at craft fairs, or even in, you know, some of the other regional venues where people sell their bespoke designs, maybe, you know, the golf clubs or salons, or, you know, those spas where people do sell their designs, these are the kind of items that inspire people to actually look in to bespoke jewellery designs, because they are so organic. They're offering you something different that you don't see on the high street. I think when people are investing in luxury, one-of-a-kind jewellery, they want to know that nobody else can possibly own that design, and that is what a strand like this offers you, because not only do you get this sort of organic, irregular cuts, but that is mirrored in every aspect of the gemstone, whether it's the banding, the colour tone, and of course you can then use that as a theme for your designs, because these are going to be the focal point of a design, aren't they? Actually, do you know what? Our tech op this evening, Sam, loves to create jewellery, but you don't create traditional jewellery all the time, do you? You sometimes create off-the-wall items. I'm thinking for your chandeliers or wind chime style designs.
Wind chimes, definitely, because it sounds really pretty when it comes together a little.
Great idea. Yes, so with your wind chimes, they sound really interesting sound, doesn't it? Because they're so tactile there. And again, the polish, the way they've been polished is in that colour tone out there. I've got people multi-buying this particular strand, and I'm not surprised at the clearance price of $8.95. Don't forget, that's only available for 60 minutes. So I would probably suggest that this might not last the full 60 minutes, the amount of people coming on the free phone number. And of course, as always, if you've got it in your basket, please check out. If you wait an hour, they're going to go back up to $12.95, and that's if we have any remaining in stock. Actually, now that I lift it up there, I'm seeing almost sort of tribal-esque designs or Native American style designs. Very chic, on-trend designs. Okay, I'm going to leave that one to one side because it's flying out the door. And I'm now going to bring you a double deal, a wholesale opportunity on a really popular gemstone. And I have to say, a gemstone that I would probably suggest a lot of jewellery makers get hold of. I'll tell you why. The folklore attached to this particular gemstone, Chalcedony, is that it will help to inspire creativity. Now, I'm not saying you should buy it for that reason. We don't know that that's true, of course. But, you know, if you do buy into the kind of folklore style myths and legends attached to gemstones, then this is the ultimate gemstone for jewellery makers. And, of course, once again, it's going to work in everyday pieces of jewellery as well as high-end pieces because of that beautiful high polished finish. They're top drill drops again, and I love this classic combination of those icy blues and those kind of buttercup yellows. 80 carats of each gemstone here, slight variation in the size. The blue Chalcedony ranges from 5x2 to 9x5. The yellow Chalcedony ranges from 6x5 to 8x6. So fairly similar. Variations of a millimetre here and there. Definitely work within your design. In fact, these look fantastic in charms, the kind of softer edged top drill drops. They look great as charm designs, don't they? Really comfortable to wear. Even in macrame bracelets and rings, they'll work because you can set them so they sit proud, of course. 160 carats of Chalcedony here. I mean, at this time of year, you think of these kind of icy blues and that winter sun, but of course, you could almost be transported to the summertime with these, couldn't you?
They make lovely flowers because of their top drilled. If you just drill about 7 through, not drill, and take your beading thread through the holes and just draw it together, or a 0.4 wire, they make lovely flowers.
Yeah, because they're already a petal shape, aren't they?
Well, and when you draw them together, they actually go into a round petal shape.
Ah, perfect.
So,
and actually, with that in mind, you know, if you do enjoy creating those kind of motifs, of course, torque necklaces,
yeah,
they'd work because they'll hang really naturally, won't they?
They're very
really?
multifunctional, aren't they?
There's a torque necklace special on Wednesday afternoon with Laura Binding and Jenny Cleary. I didn't even know that. That's just a happy accident. There you go. So yeah, torque necklace is perfect for that. Or tiara designs. I've seen some beautiful tiaras you've put together.
Yeah, with the flowers, yeah, and drops. They make lovely drops off
droplets,
chains.
I was thinking with the silver hairbands.
The 1920s to go around the front.
Absolutely.
Yeah, really do look lovely. Beautiful.
Very flapper girl-esque.
Very, very flapper girl.
That's a bit of a theme so far for this hour. Now, normally, if you were to invest in 2 strands of Chalcedony, especially strands of this length, because you've got a lot of carat weight on here, 80 carats on each, how much would you be expecting to pay? Nothing like the price point we're going to offer you tonight. Clear. I'm going to get in trouble if I don't stop catching flies tonight. That is a shocking price. That's amazing. What a deal. £3.48 for a strand of genuine gemstones and some of the most versatile colour tones and cuts you could possibly look for. That is a must-have. That is a real add it to your order deal. I hate to, you know, say that phrase too often on the show, but you just can't ignore it, can you? If you're only paying 1p&p from midnight till midnight and you've got your order up and running, that's a no-brainer. $6.95 for 2 strands of Chalcedony. That's amazing. Oh, I tell you what, as well, I'm just looking at our amber cabochon that we have coming up later in the show, alongside this yellow Chalcedony. How about this for a combination? Because you've got some of the Chalcedony on the yellow strand offering you a little bit more depth of colour, maybe almost kind of cognac or amber tones actually with this work. This is coming up at 8 p.m. Do you like that, Sheila? Would that work for you?
Oh, yes.
Get
wow.
it. I'll take that.
Need that. That is stunning.
That's amazing.
That is absolutely gorgeous.
You can imagine that design actually,
imagine
can't
that just adorning your neck with just that on its own with maybe a pearl either side or...
There you go. Do you know what? You know you're onto a winner. You know you're onto a winner when you can see the cogs turning. When the designers start to get excited by the gemstones, you know you're onto a winner. Don't forget, you've got the blue strand here as well. You don't have to choose one. If you're new to us, you might be looking at this thinking, oh, should I have the blue or the yellow? That's not how we work. We've bundled these together and created a wholesale price of $6.95 for both. That works out at £3.48 per strand for genuine gemstones. That's amazing. That's what executive producer Martha's all about tonight, providing you with the best deals on the market. And she's not stopping there, because we now have a limited availability strand. I have to warn you in advance, we don't have a lot of these to go round, and you can kind of understand when you see just how gorgeous it is. And also, I mean, if you're already aware of this, maybe you're an October baby and you've got a real passion for opal. In fact, opal tends to be one of those gemstones that really transcends birthstone jewellery, doesn't it? Because it is so popular, it's so well known, and also it often has very sentimental associations, I think, for the wearer. Again, that inherent value, it's something that gets passed down from generation to generation. Now, it's said that over 95% of the world's opals come from Australia, and roughly 80% of all opals come from the south of Australia. So to get this particular gemstone from a different location is very, very rare. And this is actually African opal, so it is very rare. Traditionally, when we see African opal, we think of Ethiopia. That's predominantly where we get hold of it. I don't know that for a fact, but I have seen actually the pictures of the opal mine in Ethiopia, and it's around about 3,000 feet above sea level, so high altitudes, and it's actually at the base of an open cliff front. So about 300 feet down a cliff. That's where they're mining for Wellow opals. As I say, I'm not 100% sure this is where it comes from, but I imagine that that's the kind of location we're looking at when we get hold of this beautiful variety of opal. Do you know, it's almost reminiscent of certain species of snake. You know, when you see, because of the colour tones, where you've got the whites and then you've got the reds and the golden tones. You get like corn snakes that actually have this kind of patterning on them. I can imagine this, and also because of the way the cuts are, because they've got this flat base and they sort of tessellate on the strand, it just has that kind of flow to it, the actual strand. You don't have to use these all together, of course. You might choose to be a little more sparing with your opal. You've got 40 carats on the strand, but I mean, that variation in the colour tone actually works as a design for me. So you could restrand this, add a beautiful class. Actually seeing this more as maybe a bracelet style design. It's an 18 centimetre strand. I mean, that as a bracelet is actually for a unisex piece, because either man or woman could wear that. I mean, this is just becoming more and more versatile, but I have to say, I might be tempted to sort of colour graduate them and set them into more luxurious designs, just because I know that opal is so well known and so well received. People will expect to pay premium prices. Fantastic graduation in the sizes that range from 4x1 to 8x2. I have to warn you, limited availability. It has proved to be very popular. Okay, now currently, I'm shocked by that price. Currently we can bring you this for less than 50p a carat. 15.95 it is, but that's not a late show price. For the next 60 minutes, you can add this to your order. This is 40 carats of very rare multicoloured opal. £9.95. Well, that's perks of being the boss, I suppose. There you go, 40 carats of multicoloured opal for less than £10. Something doesn't add up here, does it? That's an incredible deal. 25p a carat. Well, if you were trying to use this as an accent stone and add value by featuring a very well-known opal in your particular designs, you might be tempted to colour graduate these out and pick certain opals for certain designs. Of course, again, you've got those amber colour tones in there, haven't you? If you look at those there. Oh, sorry. You've got the amber colour tones. Sorry, Amber. He'll be all right. He's been fossilised for millions of years. He'll be okay, won't he? So you've got those amber colours, but I have to say, the more I look at that gorgeous sort of flow of colours, I'll be tempted to restrand this. Certainly now I've seen that price point, because how much would somebody expect to pay for an opal bracelet that features 40 carats? You could be looking at sort of 30, 40 pounds, couldn't you? So you could quadruple your money potentially by just restranding this and adding a clasp, which will take you, what, minutes? Amazing deal there. But, of course, only available at the clearance price for the next 60 minutes. So do take advantage of that deal while you can. Lots of people flying in there. We're going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on to a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for another star buy, and this is of course our opportunity. We take it every half an hour or so to either launch a brand new product or bring you an exceptional wholesale deal, and that's exactly what we're about to do. Double delight on Rhodolite Garnet. Now this particular variety of garnet is quite special because it, for me, is again the most traditional colour tone that people associate with garnet. It's that rich, almost red wine tone, but from certain angles when the light enters the gemstone you almost get a rich ruby red, and that's why you get certain misclassifications where this gemstone has been mistaken for rubies. I actually love the depth of colour you get when you do see the purple hue coming through there as well. It's almost like well, it's called Rhodolite for a reason, because it is rose-like. So you get the rose pinks as well as the rich reds there. And as I say, I think one of the most recognisable varieties. Fantastic variety in the sizes and shapes here as well, because they are irregular top drill drops. And I will be able to actually show you that kind of inner glow that you've got from the gemstones. If I show you, shine this light through the gemstone. Oh yeah, there you go, there you go. You can see that gorgeous clarity. And the reason that you'll be able to actually create this kind of inner glow within the gemstone is that garnet actually shares a crystal structure with a diamond. So it has the same isometric crystal structure as a diamond, and therefore it has a single refractive index, just like a diamond sparkles. Garnet offers you that same effect of that beautiful brilliance where the light will travel through the gemstone at one speed, and therefore you create that gorgeous glow, that sparkle from the gemstone. These, again, beautifully polished gemstones. How long are these strands? In fact, I'll just measure them. It'll be so much quicker. You've got fantastic, well over 30 centimetres on both strands, probably nearly 40 centimetres, probably, let's say 36, 37 to be safe. So well over 30 centimetres on both strands, and there you go. You can see from this angle you're getting more of those rich purple hues coming through. So very, very versatile gemstone, but of course very well known, heavily used on the high street, and January's birthstone. So if you've got craft fairs planned for the new year, maybe you've made it your New Year's resolution to start selling your designs in 2015. Stock up on your birthstones. It always leads to greater sales because people tend to be drawn to certain gemstones when they have a personal association. Maybe they've owned it from a young age in a special piece of jewellery. Maybe it's their birthstone. Garnet's one of those gemstones that people are just familiar with. It's much like amethyst. People have heard of it, they know about it, so they're more likely to invest in this gemstone. Now we've got 2 incredibly long strands of garnet here, 70 carats on each, so we've got 140 carats in total of garnet. Oh, executive producer Martha's asking me what I think we should go to. Okay, we're getting 2 strands here. I'd probably think of them as, I know this doesn't sound right, but we are jewellery makers, so I'll say $9.95 per strand, and then because it's a wholesale deal, $17.95? Okay, $14.95. Buy one, get one half price. Oh, she's still saying I'm a mile off. I'm trying to actually be really generous at $14.95.
I thought there'd be more than that, way more than that.
Oh really? You were going even higher than I was.
Yeah, I did.
There you go.
Really did.
Well, Martha's blown us both out of the water then. $8.95 for the 2. Hold on a minute. Look at the quality of this Rhodolite garnet. Think about the price point. That works out at £4.48 a strand.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't do halfpence. I don't do halfpence. It should be £4.48.
And there's a heck of a lot there because I didn't use all of them. I only had them quickly before the show, so I've just made something quite quickly.
But
you
you've used the little spacer beads as well.
Yeah, I've left the spacer beads on. But as you had some, you had those others earlier, and I thought, oh, I'll do those with it. So I just showed you how you can make a little flower from them.
Absolutely incredible deal. Ah, so this is your little...
That's the little flower
where
that
you take them and pull them tight and they form the flower.
Just take them and just...
Very useful. Because that is such a popular motif, isn't it?
You could make quite a lot of those, you know? Turn them around for you. There you go. You could actually make quite a lot of those and then wire them together so that you've got like a bunch of these little tiny flowers.
I'll say you can make a lot. How many gemstones have we got? I'm not going to count because we'll be here till 9 p.m.
I've got loads left. I mean, that is just purely stringing for anybody that's new to jewellery making.
So
that wants to just, and I've just made a bit of a coil for the middle of some silver wire.
A feature
matching
there.
The silver, yeah.
Love the colour tone. Ah, yeah, of course, and it brings out the colour tone from the spacer beads.
It's just very simple, but it's really elegant, and I think, you know, I don't think you want to overcomplicate the gemstones sometimes.
You could potentially make one of your flowers and just hang it there as a pendant feature.
Absolutely, yeah, that's exactly what I will do. Anyway.
Is that what you're going to do?
I am.
There
I am
you go.
going to do that.
In tune with the designers.
But, yeah. So if you just make, excuse me, I've just cut my finger, so I'm waiting for a plaster to come down.
Don't worry, we're all crafters. We know the score.
So if you sort of put that in the middle there, look how lovely does that look?
Oh, that.
And it's really simple. Just strand it.
Gorgeous.
I mean, I use the silver wire because it's got the silver spacers. I've used that little gold because it's out of something that I've got here. But
the golden
it goes
tones
well,
with the rich red.
It does.
It actually looks very festive.
It does actually, yeah. And it's really, really simple to do.
Loads of people flying in on the free phone number now to actually multi-buy this strand. So congratulations to Wendy, Lisa, Joan. You've all got 4 strands of garnet heading your way. And you haven't even paid £20.
And for that price for garnet, it's just unbelievable, isn't
Michelle
it?
has said, dibs, 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 Sheila's amazing, designer inspiration, please, Ed, Sheila and evening crew.
Oh, bless you.
There you go, amazing.
And also I've done this, which is
like
just, this is just a silver coil, but we've got some lovely sort of findings coming towards the end of the show, haven't we? So I've just sort of used some of those just to show how, with the garnet as well, you can actually put the garnet in between these gorgeous rose gold spacer beads, and then I just used some because I was still with the silver. I used some silver because that's all I'd got at that time.
So I'm just going to put that with a little bit of skin tone on it so you can appreciate the combination of the garnet and the rose gold, because on the black it's getting a little bit lost there, isn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah. That's what
I mean, you can see that it really pops, doesn't it?
I mean, if you, I haven't got any copper wire at the time, but if you've got some sort of, you know, the rose gold copper type wire, then you could just replace it in the middle. But it's just to show how diverse you can use these gemstones.
Actually, back to what we were saying earlier about the combination of rose gold with the silver as well.
Yeah,
it really works.
And I think that these sort of little tiny drops, they look gorgeous, clustered on maybe just a lot of chain coming down the middle from a necklace.
Get more lustre with a cluster.
I like that. Oh dear.
But you're right, actually, you know, the sort of cascading style that's very popular.
And if you use 0.4 wire with these, then you just do a little twist on the top, make a basic loop, and then you attach it onto your chain. But before you actually close the basic loop, make sure you attach it onto your chain.
Oh yes, that's a... Yeah. There you go. Top tip, that's why we have our experts on the shows.
Because I've done that many a time.
really, really interesting when you look down at these gemstones, because from one angle, or maybe it's varying from gemstone to gemstone, you see a sort of rich sort of strawberry jam colour tone, and then on the next one you see the purple colour tones, and you see almost like a red wine hue.
And for that price, you know, you can make so many different earrings. You can have them looped, so you've got a long pear-shaped looped earring.
Yes.
You can have them on the end of some chain, as I said earlier. There's so many different ways that you can actually use them. Even
if you want to really maximise on your profitability, birthstone charms. Can't go wrong. You only need one gemstone and a jump ring.
Exactly. And these gemstones, if you make like a big sort of, with your thicker wire, you're maybe one.
We already bought 1 mil at clearance price, still available.
Actually make like a bigger sort of circle of the wire, but then before you actually turn it into a circle, just wrap all your gemstones round it.
Right.
I think I did it last week, and it looks so lovely. And in fact, Lucy took them away and
I think I know the one. I think I saw.
Yeah.
It creates quite a textured, dynamic effect, doesn't it?
Yeah, like a shell it is really, but Lucy took them away. I never saw them again. They never got photographed or anything.
Chestnut.
So she took them and she wore them to the ball, I think.
There you go.
Yeah.
So if, you might have seen that piece of jewellery if you attended the ball.
Yeah.
I've got about 20 people who've placed this in their basket who are yet to check out. Okay. Now we're going to go to a quick break right now. But when we return, we will be launching more incredible treats, including your Serpentine cabochons, so don't go away.
Create beautiful needle felting pieces for new and fun ideas in Gemma Crow's Needle Felting DVD. Within this DVD, Gemma will show you how to make floral, feather and basic 3D shape designs. Watch now and learn a way of blending felt into your jewellery creations. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
I like working with Kumihimo because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which JewelleryMaker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because that it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making Kumihimo braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems, because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making Kumihimo.
Did you know that if you go to JewelleryMaker.com and sign up to our mailing list, then you will receive 20% off your first order with us. We'll also keep you updated with special offers, theme shows, program guides and JewelleryMaker tutorials. JewelleryMaker. Create, wear, share.
Good evening and welcome back to The Late Show, or welcome to The Late Show if you've just joined us. My name's McKay and I'm also joined by resident designer Sheila.
Hi everybody.
You alright?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Very good.
Good.
So you're presenter, Sheila Davis.
Sorry.
I have to say, I am surrounded by so many treats, I don't know what to pick first, but this is coming up at 8 p.m. maybe just before our 8 p.m. break. Gorgeous amber cabochon. We had a few of these over the weekend. They have flown out the door, and I did actually make the workshop attendees aware of this, and I have to say there was a lot of excitement. I did see that there was a few people still here about 15 minutes ago talking to Mark, but not the people that wanted the amber cabochons. They had made a break for it. They wanted to get home. That's coming up at around about 8 p.m, coming up towards the end of the show. Your second bite of the cherry when it comes to this particular strand of Tanzanite. I have 33 remaining in stock. These were reserved for the late show. You know, we know you can't necessarily watch every single show. You might have had previous commitments. You might have missed out on your chance to own Faceted Tanzanite rounds. This will be launched at 8:45 p.m. on the dot. Not going to mess around. 8:45 p.m. 33 available. First come, first serve. First people to check out their baskets, not the first people to place it in their baskets. You know, you are running a risk if you leave an item like this sitting in your basket. I can imagine there's some people who will be coming through to have 2 of these to their order. One for themselves and one to make the money back on another design. Gorgeous. Okay, now this is absolutely gorgeous. One of the most distinctive colour tones and bandings you're ever likely to find on a gemstone, especially when you've got the larger cuts. We never really see serpentine of these significant carat weights. And this is probably why, because it flies out the door so quickly. I've actually only got 20 of these available in stock. This has only ever previously been available as part of a kit. And I'm thinking there might have been a designer inspiration kit, because the cabochons, of course, are so synonymous with certain disciplines, whether it's soutache, macrame, wirework. They tend to suit those style of designs because you can create your own setting. And these are fantastic. We always talk about green being sort of Mother Nature's base tone and therefore a neutral in its own right. It's going to work with any other gemstone. I can't see how you're going to feature too many other gemstones in this design because they're so significant. You've got 600 carats, and of course the number could slightly vary, but on this particular sample I've got 5 individual cabochons, all very, very large. They're huge. I mean, look at them. I love that striped banding, and I will show you this. Have a look at this. Look at this. I'm hoping to show you this little schiller that I can see. You see that? It's almost like the same kind of effect you see on like a tropical fish. That gorgeous iridescence when the light plays on the surface. I mean, they're just exquisite, aren't they? And again, gorgeous variations here. So this one's a little more subtle, kind of like a mint green, and then you've got that silver banding there. And then if you move on to this one, you've got a much richer kind of emerald green on the banding, and kind of like a British racing green, if you like, as the base colour tone. Okay, a quarter of the stock's already been allocated. We haven't even shown you the price point, and of course this is pretty much a launch price because these have never been available as an individual item. 600 carats of serpentine. I will show you the other 2 shapes that you get in this particular sample, but it could vary. So you've got 5 in this sample. Oh, look at that, almost like that pearlescence available again. Look at that. That's going to be a real feature of your designs, isn't it? Okay, so the intended price point for this is $17.95. You've got 600 carats, and lots of people already adding it to their basket online at $17.95. That is not a late show price point. Executive producer Martha's not messing around tonight. She's handing you back the equivalent of your P&P. Another risk-free shopping experience. Get these into your order for $14.95. Only available at that price for 60 minutes, of course. And I would suggest that the stock levels might not last 60 minutes because we've only got 13 remaining in stock. There you go, 12. It's already ticking down, and I have to say, I wouldn't be dilly-dallying with this one. Particularly soutache designers who are very reliant on the cabochons. I'm just thinking, wirework cuff bangle.
Cuff bangle, yeah, definitely.
Can you imagine that set into those?
Stunning.
And again, it'll work with any metal tone as well, won't
and gold.
it? Gold and green, classic. Green, that's what you're wearing today, actually. Actually, these would go beautifully with your top, wouldn't they? Yeah. That rich sort of forest green.
That might go missing as well.
Yeah. Security?
I'm saying
if you could just frisk Sheila on the way out.
Honest.
Now this is a good idea of how you can set the cabochons into a wirework design. I was just talking about soutache, but wirework again. Great feature. I actually, remember a time on the channel, before everybody takes the mickey out of me, during the war. So when I was the sales manager of the channel, and we did feature cabochons, nobody really understood how to work with them. We were more focused on sort of classic beading techniques at the time, and people were a little bit standoffish about cabochons. They weren't entirely sure how to set them into their designs with there being no drill hole. These days, the cabochons fly out the door now that we've introduced soutache, wirework, macrame settings as well. Another fantastic way to set your cabochons into your designs. Over half the stock's now been allocated on these at the clearance price of $14.95. You can see there just a handful remaining in stock. I love that. Can you see that little silver schiller on this one? It's really significant on this particular item, isn't it? Because the banding has occurred horizontally, and so when that moves in the light, actually, do you know what? There you go. That's proof of the kind of feature of the studio lighting. It looks to me like that is going to be a sellout deal. If everybody was to check out their baskets, that would all be gone. Until they do, you still have a chance on the free phone number. Okay. Okay. Now this is gorgeous. We all know that pearls are one of the most popular minerals here at JewelleryMaker, especially with certain designers.
Oh, I love them to bits.
You love pearls, don't you,
I love
Sheila?
them to bits, yeah.
What do you love about
them? I incorporate them in everything, really, to be honest, if I can. I just think that they just had that classic, chic, sophisticated.
You've run out of superlatives.
Art Deco, you know, any era. I mean, they go back such a long way, don't they?
Absolutely.
Going back to, I don't know, 900 and something, whenever.
Probably go back thousands of years and see pearls set into jewellery.
I think they've probably always been around, but we just haven't discovered them for quite a while.
Well, no, I totally agree. This is, I think, the reason they're so popular, because you think even contemporary designs feature pearls, but
absolutely,
any era.
And if you look in all of the shops, there's always pearls, whether it's spring, whether it's summer, whether it's winter, they're always there in some form.
Absolutely, and of course, you know, some of the most luxurious jewellery you can buy is bridal jewellery, and they have that very, very strong association with bridal jewellery. The reason for that is that, again, sort of traditional folklore suggests that wearing pearls on the big day will stop you from crying, stop you from shedding a tear. So that's the reason that they have that strong association with pearls. I'm not 100% sure it works, because my sister got married in May and they were all wearing pearls and they were all bawling their eyes out, but it might work for you. But, you know, these days they're just, again, they're just synonymous with that style of jewellery. And actually, you know, it's interesting because even with a very rich colour tone like this, they could be used, you know, maybe bridesmaid jewellery they'd feature?
Well, I think now, because tradition is still tradition, but you get so many more bridesmaids that are in rich colours, like in chocolate browns and reds and really deep blues, navy blues, you know, quite rich colours, bright oranges and things. So
or even mother of the bride
it's
as well.
lovely having the colour pearls that we can get now.
Absolutely.
So that you can use them now in every colour tone that you use for bridal wear. So that's the lovely part as well.
They tend to be a really sort of eclectic accent stone as well. There's not many gemstones you can't set pearls with, is there?
And I think they're lovely for like wedding favours, you know, if you're going to have a nice pretty bag or something, you know, and you want to put something around the top, or to put on your wedding invitations as well.
Absolutely. I mean, even at the prices that we can bring you pearls for, you could even think about using these on maybe like glass charms for Christmas Day, because they do have a kind of festive feel to them, these ones.
I've got some baubles out there I did the other day, but they're not this colour. Really? But I use them on baubles, and put some chain round and...
Oh, that's some high-end Christmas decorations you got there. Genuine cultured pearls. Love, love, love the finish on this strand of pearls, because you've got very subtle elongation on the sides, so people are going to know these are the real deal. Of course, pearls are one of the most imitated minerals on the market as well, aren't they? We see a lot of faux pearls. You can tell instantly whether you're dealing with a bit of coated plastic or some of Mother Nature's handiwork, and these, of course, hand carved in the mollusk shell for you. And look at the consistency of colour there. I mean, they're described as cherry culture pearls, and I can see that colour tone here, but when you see the pearlescence, it's almost like a bronze or a golden tone there, so it's kind of rich. I see almost like more of a burgundy colour tone when I'm looking at these pearls. Quite subtle, quite delicate at 5x4mm, still large enough to make an impact, and as we know, we have seen a huge downturn in the production of pearls over the last 12 months or so. So who knows what kind of prices you will have to pay from other suppliers at the moment. Even going forward, we can't guarantee you the value that we're offering you at the moment. So I would say if you see pearls on JewelleryMaker, start stocking up, particularly very versatile colours like these cherry cultured pearls. You want me to... oh, amazing. I've just heard the price point. We're going to take this strand of pearls. This is a premier strand. These have never been available previously, and so executive producer Martha's already upset with herself for putting the price too low. But that's a benefit to you. Get on the free phone number right now and add it to your order price for genuine cultured pearls. And again, these will work in any metallic tone as well. So rose gold, you can see how that will work with the burgundy tones there. But antique bronze, if you think about using these within wirework designs, I can see a kind of bronze-like pearlescence here. That'll make them perfect with yellow gold as well. And then if you do want that kind of contrast, that sophistication, that elegance, you could set them with silver as well. So again, I mean, with pearls, you can keep them really, really simple. Have a look on the high street at a boutique kind of window. They're not using perfect round pearls. I've been doing my own research. They have subtle elongation. The pearls that are featured there, they're demanding three-figure sums. $199, $299 kind of price points that you are associated with pearls. Of course, I don't know the exact size or the exact finish, so I'm not making a direct comparison. But what are you going to do with your pearls? Because we know they are so versatile. So maybe you're creating a vintage style design. Maybe you're creating a very contemporary piece. What are you up to, Lisa? You've just purchased 3 strands of this. You're multi-buying, you're making the most of your 1p per day, and to be honest, at that price point, you're just making money, hand over fist probably, if you're selling your designs.
They're also lovely, Ed, you know, to put some elastic through and put them around your Christmas crackers.
What, with these kind of pearls?
Yeah. Well,
I suppose at that price you can afford to.
At that price you could, or you could just make a little flower on the top of them, and yeah, and it's just nice for people to keep.
To be honest with you, even if you just want to keep it really simple and you're not looking to make masses of profit, I know there's a lot of jewellery makers out there who sell their designs so they can make donations to charity, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
At $6.95, you restrand that, add a sterling silver clasp, even if you want to make it affordable, I think you'll be selling yourself short, but even if you did it at sort of 25 quid, that is far greater value than anyone's likely to find on the high street for cultured pearls. And you're going to what? Quadruple your money at £25, $6.95 for the strand. You've got to get on that free phone number right now. Lots and lots of people multi-buying this. And again, the colour tone just makes it so workable. In fact, we've got a pearl bundle coming up later in the show. And I have to say, this would fit perfectly with the colour tones. So we've got chocolate browns, classic delicate white pearls, and then combine them with the cherry pearls. Have a look at that. These burgundy tones with the chocolate browns. You like that? So there you go. If you've just got hold of these beautiful cherry pearls for $6.95, this bundle is coming up at 7:30, so roughly an hour, and we're going to bring you some more incredible deals on cultured pearls. In fact, talking of amazing star buys, it's time for one right now. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion it is going to be a wholesale deal on what has been voted as our favourite gemstone here at JewelleryMaker for 2 years running. I'm actually interested to see whether it can retain its title for a 3rd year, do you reckon? Martha's making predictions. Okay, so Martha's prediction is that Tanzanite is going to win as your favourite gemstone. Then pearls, then amber. That's your top 3. And we've got amazing deals on all 3 of those gemstones coming up. We've got amber and tanzanite coming up in the final hour of the show. The last 2 years, Labradorite has been the winner. And I think there's obvious reasons why. Yeah. I was looking for the faceted graduated one. Yeah, okay, but we've got a wholesale deal. Sorry, I was just talking to my producer because we've got another deal on Labradorite later in the show, so that's why we were getting confused between ourselves. I mean, it's such an exciting gemstone. I think that's why people fall in love with it, and it's because of this optical effect. People tell me constantly that it just gets people excited. And it's because it has that sort of mystical quality. Some people can't believe that this has occurred naturally when they first see it, because it is such a prominent effect. And I think this is why it has been voted as our favourite gemstone. I put this to my my followers on Facebook, and I said, you know, why is it your favourite gemstone? Why do you love it so much? So many people saying people buy it. You know, it makes them lots of profit, because when people see this, they start to understand what it means to own a genuine gemstone. You know, once you buy the real deal, you don't want to own synthetics anymore, do you? Gemology is one of those things that once people start to learn a little bit more about these gemstones, they just start to soak it up like a sponge. They want to know more and more, and of course they want to expand their own collection. Labradorite is one of those gemstones that engages people and engages your customers. So when people see Labradorite on your stall, it's another one of those sort of must-haves for a lot of jewellery designers, because I think, like amethyst, like garnet, it's not quite as well known, but it's certainly very exciting. And so people start to engage with you as a designer, and that's when you're more likely to make sales, of course. This, again, you know, it's a very sort of unisex gemstone as well. You can see how these colour tones would fit into masculine designs as well as feminine designs. You can either colour match to the Labradorescence, or you can rely on the kind of stone greys, the kind of pebble greys, almost storm cloud greys that you get in your Labradorite. The beautiful thing about this particular strand, other than the fact that we're giving you 2 of them, is that they're 8mm plain rounds. Probably the most traditional classic cut, certainly for when people are starting their sort of jewellery making journey, tend to rely on plain rounds. 8mm a good size, isn't it? Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, I mean round gemstones, yeah.
Yeah, and 8mm as well. They're not too fiddly.
No, they're not too small. They're just right.
Absolutely. So there you go. Perfect for Goldilocks, these ones there. 8mm plain rounds, really easily manageable for designs. But, I mean, the impact that you get from the Labradorescence, I mean, look at that glow that you get in the centre of the gemstone. Absolutely out of this world. And you've got a real swirl of colour in each gemstone here. You've got electric blues, greens, golden tones. You already know how much you love Labradorite, I'm sure, because, as I say, voted as our favourite gemstone the last 2 years running. Right now, we've created a double deal. We're going to give you a wholesale price this evening. 340 carats of Labradorite for £8.95. £4.50 per strand. And I know some people are sitting at home thinking, is it real Labradorite? How can they do that price? Of course it is. We are the Genuine Gemstone Company, and the reason that we can offer you this kind of price point for this huge carat weight of such a popular gemstone is simply the buying power that we have. Over the last decade, we've established very, very strong relationships with mine owners across the globe. Some people are probably thinking, hold on a minute, JewelleryMaker's only been going for 4.5 years. But Gems TV is over 10 years old, and of course the owners of the company, Steve Bennett in particular, a real-life gem hunter, so travels all over the globe and, you know, builds relationships with the miners. We try to get as close to source as possible with many of these gemstones. On some occasions, we've actually bought the mine, and so that allows us to not only negotiate incredibly competitive prices at source, but also to make sure that everything's being mined for in an ethical fashion. So those are, you know, key considerations for us here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. and it translates to incredible prices for our customers. The most competitive prices on the market, as far as I'm concerned, £4.50 a strand, 340 carats of Labradorite for £8.95. It's absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? Do you know what, executive producer Martha? If you weren't in the hot seat right now, well, you'd be going nuts at Pete, because I would be getting Pete to hold this one. I often get scapegoat Pete when we go too low. Well, I just think if you're tuning in to see what I'm up to, I'm not taking the blame for these prices. Look at all these people flying through on the phone lines. We do have stock available, so don't panic too much, although who knows how long that will last. Probably about 10, 15 people that are in their basket you need to be checking out immediately. We've also got a little bit of a queue forming on the free phone number. So as you come through to our help team, if you want to take 2, 3 strands here, then don't hesitate. You get 2 as part of the deal, but you can multi-buy. Avril, you've just come through on our free phone number. You're taking 2. Kind of understandable. I can imagine these as well. I'll tell you the other great thing about working with an 8mm round. We talked about their versatility. They are pretty much the standard size and cut for macrame designs. And I would say that macrame is the one discipline that is actually starting to rival wirework in terms of its popularity, isn't it? There's a lot of people using wirework, probably because you can actually macrame with wire. And can you imagine matching up certain labradorescence to certain colour tones of wire? Because we've got a lot of electric blues and violet tones coming through in your labradorescence. If you got hold of 100 metres of purple wire earlier on at a clearance price of $14.95, I think the timer's ticking, but there you go. Took this down to a clearance price of $14.95, and you could actually pick out the electric blues and the violet labradorescence, set that into a macrame bracelet. Can't go wrong with that kind of design, can you? You know that's going to be popular, and you know that you can make the design affordable, because you've got your wire at a clearance price, and you've got Labradorite at pretty much a laughable price, actually. Huge number of people coming through for this one. We know it's been voted as your favourite gemstone, and again, kind of neutral as well, so it will go with other gemstones. You've got that kind of, I describe it as a sort of pebble grey or stone grey base colour, and I think that makes it very versatile, doesn't it?
I think Labradorite, we had some gorgeous Labradorite pendants that just flew out as well, and I mean, just working with some gold wire with that, it's just stunning on its own.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
It really, really is. You can do quite a simple design and it just looks so gorgeous.
Well, it is a statement gemstone because it does capture people's imagination, doesn't it?
It would even go with those agate, those big agate. I know it sounds a bit, silly to say that
idea, yeah.
But it will, because of the gold wire that you would put with it, so it would blend in really well.
So the wire would help to create the transition. Yeah. Okay, it looks like that's going to be a sellout deal. If you've got it in your basket, start checking out to avoid disappointment. We are going to move on, and I have to say, are we doing this as a star buy? Okay, let's go. Star buy deal. I have to say, I'll say sometimes we play the little VT to get leaders into the star buy. We haven't got time for that tonight. We've got too many deals to bring it, and to be honest, I think that the VT will last longer than the product as well. This is going to fly out the door. It has previously featured on the show. We're now down to the last of stock, and every time it's featured on the show, we've sold larger quantities than we have left in stock. There you go. Sheila's just saying she's never even seen them.
No, they are absolutely out of this world, as my mum used to say. Yeah.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Absolutely fabulous, yeah.
I mean, again.
And they're big, which I love. I love, the size of them.
They're 50 by 40 mil, so they're very significant.
I'd love those. I really, really would. Oh.
Well, unfortunately for you,
I won't get any now, will I?
I think they're going to be a sell-out deal this evening. Oh,
I think I'm going to reserve them for when they reorder. I'm going to reserve them.
I don't know why I'm doing that, because they've got a huge bail on those. There's no excuses tonight.
Really, really
They're not exactly a delicate item. They are real high impact, but still very, I would say, designer-esque.
Definitely.
They just have a kind of Celtic feel to them.
They do, yeah, they do. Very much so, yeah.
It's like sort of Rennie McIntosh style metallic work there.
I think those are amazing. I really do.
I mean, I think more often than not, when we're looking at finding opportunities here on JewelleryMaker, we're looking for design opportunities, creative scope. You don't want the finding to dictate to you how it has to be used, and this one has so many opportunities for you to express your own design ideas. You've got the 5 loops on the bottom of each pendant, so that allows you to dangle your gemstones from there, probably faceted gemstones, so you get that little bit of movement, that play of light, that sparkle I suppose, but also the intricacy of the actual metalwork itself, that floral motif. I think it's supposed to be floral, is it? But all that looks very regal. Looks very regal, doesn't it? Looks like a coat of arms or something like that, doesn't it?
I think it looks sort of almost Italian and. You know,
well, Italian
Greek,
designers obviously.
Yeah, that's what it. I think they're absolutely.
There you go. Yeah.
Words fail me, honestly. Really, I've never seen those before.
Actually, executive producer Martha, you just took that thought right out of my mind. I was just thinking it almost looks like the Tudor rose. That's where I was going when I was thinking of the coat of arms.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Absolutely. Right. Well, they have a traditional feel, but also, like Sheila was just alluding to there, if you think about very contemporary Italian designer jewellery, they have this elaborate metalwork, don't they, as well?
We ought to order more of those.
Oh, there you go. You see, Sheila's.
I'm going to put her
Sheila wishing she never booked in for the late show. Now she wants to get hold of these.
I mean, a pendant and a pair of earrings. You know, just wow factor, I think. Because you've got somewhere at the bottom of the earrings where you can dangle. You've got that gorgeous bail. Stunning. Love it.
Absolutely. In fact, we do have a very, very luxurious strand of sapphires coming up. We've already brought you one strand of very beautiful sapphires that were quite affordable actually at $14.95, I believe. Have a look at this. I wouldn't expect to pay $14.95 for faceted droplets of sapphires, but can you imagine setting these into your silver plated pendant? I mean, you might choose to colour graduate and have that beautiful transition of the blues there, or I have to say I've been investigating this strand of sapphires.
Bit of detective work.
Well, yeah, because there's a purple sapphire on it. Probably one of the rarest gemstones on the planet.
See, they would look lovely drops from those earrings.
Absolutely. You could actually hang these from the little loops on the end of the pendant. Or, of course, as I was just going to say, because you've got quite delicate, little intricate spaces in the actual pendant itself, you could almost sew your gemstones into there and create that cluster effect inside the pendant. You might want to use the kind of 0.25mm wire or 0.4mm. In fact, the lovely Emily has texted, regular contributor to the show, lives just down the road in the West Midlands, says, "Hi Gem, totally agree with you, Ed. The pendant findings are never ending. Love, love, love these. My mind's wandering." So there you go. Emily's got the cogs turning there. What are you going to do with yours? Of course, if you do have any design ideas you want to share with the gang or top tips, don't hesitate to interact with the show, but be quick because this is going to be a sellout deal at $7.95 for all 3. I mean, you make your money back off the first, you make a huge amount of profit off the first design. You do get 3 of these. In fact, they're so large, they're so high impact, it's difficult to hold all 3 at once. 50 by 40mm in size, silver plated finish, but actually, I mean, it's all about the actual motif in the centre of the pendant, isn't it? Could be seen as quite regal or quite traditional, but then again, it depends the kind of design you're going to set them in. You could also use these in very contemporary looks. Can't go wrong with those at $7.95, a must-have. And congratulations to Susan. You are multi-buying this item this evening, so well done. We are going to move on. We've got another incredible deal to bring you. Okay, now I have a little bit of a theory regarding this gemstone. No, I was really shocked to see this particular variety of apatite actually within our schedule. Very, very rare. Actually, do you know what? It's not just today I'm shocked when we see neon apatite. I'm always a little bit surprised when we see it because I know how popular it is with some of the biggest designers. If you have a look on the American jewellery market, you will see that apatite is becoming a real feature of contemporary designs. You see so much apatite being used, particularly neon apatite, because it is, again, kind of like the flagship variety, I would say. And it makes it difficult to get hold of. It's as simple as that. You know, when some of the most prominent designers in the world are snapping up any deposits that become available. It does make it difficult to source. In fact, you know what, we're competing with ourselves more often than not here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, because of course we've got Rocks TV and Gems TV next door creating luxury jewellery designs just like you at home, and so they might snaffle all the neon apatite away when it becomes available. We have managed to get hold of a strand of neon apatite, over 100 carats, and seriously significant carat weights on each and every gemstone here. Again, love the finish because they look so organic. No one's going to mistake this for, you know, a synthetic or a dyed gemstone. They're going to know instantly this is the real deal. Somebody's working with genuine neon apatite. And like I say, you know, it's only going to be a matter of time before this comes across the pond and everybody wants to own neon apatite. You know what that means. It's going to be even harder to get hold of, and the prices are going to go through the roof. I can't say exactly what's going to happen in the future, of course, but that just tends to be the kind of way it happens within the industry. And I feel 100% confident in saying this because every time I mention the use of neon apatite in American jewellery designs, all of our American buyers come on the phone line, so they must have seen it. That's my suggestion. But like I say, I don't know what's going to happen, but in all honesty, it is beautiful in its own right. I can imagine people falling in love with this right now when they see that rich neon blue hue, particularly coming from these irregular nuggets. So you've got that organic factor into your design. Again, it makes them truly bespoke, doesn't it? They range in size from 9x6 to 17x10. And a lot of designers these days actually rely on the more organic nature of the gemstones to make an impact in their designs and to show their customers that they are sourcing genuine gemstones. Beautiful neon apatite here. As I say, not a gemstone I expect to see every day here at JewelleryMaker. And who knows how long it'll be before we source more neon apatite. We have managed to get hold of it for you this evening, and we're even going to give you a late show price reduction. Start dialing the free phone number right now. $14.95 is the current price for this strand, and we've already got people taking advantage of that deal. Don't panic. Everyone pays the same final low price this evening, and actually we're feeling generous, about to put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket tonight, under £10 for 120 carats of neon apatite. I mean, that is an incredible deal, isn't it, Sheila?
As you said, Ed, we don't really see it very often, do we? And I know for a fact that we haven't. I think I've only seen it once on any of the strands that we've got so far.
Yeah, no, it's few and far between, isn't it, the opportunities to own this variety.
And we aren't just saying that, we actually know that for a fact, don't we? So.
Well, Martha actually said you were shocked to see this, you know, and I really was. When I saw that we had neon apatite, I couldn't believe that we had it in this evening's show. This is not a very easy gemstone to actually source, but at $9.95, that is definitely not a price point you'd associate with the carat weights here. I mean, I have to say, these irregular nuggets are perfect for cufflink designs. I would love to see this within a cufflink design. And again, those rich blues set them into sort of yellow gold. Always looks very opulent, very elegant. But then again, if you want to make it seasonal, you set the blues into the silvers as well, it's going to work. Got people multi-buying this strand. Great way to shop from us, of course. Not only are you maximising on your 1p and p per day, but you are guaranteeing yourself a little bit of a stock of neon apatite, not a gemstone we're going to see every day, I would suggest. I will do a quick count actually, because you've got some that are small enough to create earring designs or charms, and then you've got some that are going to be more showcase pieces, I suppose, pendant styles. So you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 21 gemstones, and I haven't counted this huge cut of neon apatite. That's incredible, isn't it? So you've got 22 in total, but that one is just really significant. Kind of gemstone that people would almost like to just have in their possession. You know, you have some people just carry gemstones around with them, don't they? And I can imagine people, that would be a bit of a talking point actually, because I don't know if we can capture this, but once again, you can actually see the little neon inclusions inside the gemstone. Don't know if I'm going to be able to get, maybe just on the outer edge there, and you see that little glimpse of that neon tone. Okay, don't forget, when we offer you an exclusive price reduction, it's only ever available for 60 minutes. So congratulations if you've already come on the free phone number, but grab them while you can. We're going to move on These are gorgeous. These you love these, don't you? My producer, Martha, has fallen in love with this strand, and actually they're a little more intricate, aren't they? A little more detailed than some of the 5-petal cuts that we have here, and you can understand, once again, all the work has been done for you. And just have a look at the variation in the colours as well. Real transition from almost a ruby red into your tangerine tones, and then your apricot colours, your golden shades, and then your white tones as well. So this is the great thing about working with red agate, because you do get those variations in the colour. All the work's been done for you, as I say, because you've not only got the carving of the 5-petal flower, but if you do look closely, you'll see real attention to detail there. Gorgeous detailing on the surface of the gemstone, just to really define those petal-like shapes on the little floral shape there. 140 carats in total. I mean, these are perfect, aren't they, all year round, whether it's adding warmth to your design, adding vibrancy, maybe setting them alongside pastel tones. You can't go wrong with red agate. And of course, because it is a slightly denser gemstone than others, it is traditionally used in craftwork, so you can be a little bit more robust in your approach. Maybe if you're a wire worker and you want to make solitaire rings, you don't need to panic about, you know, the actual gemstone itself being damaged in any way. You can be a little more confident when you're working with agate. 140 carats in total. I mean, I would use these probably as, you know, quirky earring designs or solitaire rings. I mean, again, you can see these being worn by festival goers, but you can also see them being featured in sort of vintage style designs, can't you? So again, great amount of versatility, fantastic creative scope with this strand, but lots of character from the gemstones as well. The work's been done for you. 12mm in size, a premier strand, never been seen previously, and an add it to your order price. I told you we're not messing around. So if you've already been inspired this evening, or of course throughout the day here on JewelleryMaker, and you've got your order up and running, take advantage of this deal as quickly as possible. $6.95, that is a premier launch price for this particular strand. 140 carats, but it's all about the cut. It's all about the attention to detail from the lapidary, and of course you can imagine how time consuming that would be to actually hand carve these. I'm just going to pick this one out here because look at that, those kind of rhodolite garnet colour tones. If you got hold of that rhodolite garnet, you got so much of it down the neckline, this just as your feature pendant. And then you've got these kind of almost opaque varieties, haven't you? Kind of, they actually do. They do look like the opals we had earlier, don't they? They're very reminiscent of that. They're gorgeous as well, aren't they? Very beautiful. And again, the way they've been polished after the carving's taken place adds to the value of working with the genuine gemstone. Are these the kind of gemstones that you would feature in your design, Sheila? Because you really like your flowers, don't you?
I do, yeah. I do like flowers. I think they're very pretty, and they also they can be just have one of them and they just look very pretty on just a simple necklace.
Yes.
With some chain coming down again. But I think that colour as well mixes with so many different colours, as I said earlier on, you know, with the blues and the aquamarine, and they're very, very spring-like colours, aren't they?
Absolutely, but then again, if you set them alongside something more dramatic, they will work. So blacks and golds work, don't they? And then that looks...
and smoky quartz, blacks, yeah, all of the deeper, darker colours go really well with that.
Lead you more into evening wear, doesn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Actually, so you know, we've got a strand here that's taken my eye because you've got a kind of like petal-like shape to these, and I think setting these alongside those works.
I love those. I haven't seen those in ages.
Actually, we'll bring you these right now.
Ages and
there you
ages.
go. So if you've already started to come through on the phone, and don't panic, somebody will be with you shortly. You can add those to your order for $6.95 and maybe stay where you are, because you're probably going to want these.
Well, you could just put one of those in between,
Absolutely.
you know, it's as simple as that. And for anyone that is you know, just new to jewellery making, it adds a bit more colour and vibrance. And
absolutely.
Gorgeous, love them.
And the variation in the sizes as well becomes a design in its own right, doesn't it? Oh, very, very limited availability on this particular strand. and they were launched around about 4 weeks ago with the most handsome presenter on the channel. I launched them. If I don't give myself compliments, I won't get any. 640 carats in total, and I know why these were so popular, because they do the job for you again. They can be used as individual pendants, they can be used as cabochons, and you've got that classic monochrome effect. We don't see too many monochrome gemstones, see a lot of monochrome designs, but monochrome gemstones aren't as forthcoming. You can see how quickly they're flying out the door. You need to be dialing that free phone number immediately to get hold of these. And you know what? If these were synthetic and they were being mass produced by somebody, these stripes would be, you know, uniform down the centre, wouldn't they? That's the beauty of working with genuine gemstones, because it's the imperfections that Mother Nature places in these that makes them so perfect for your designs. Beautiful black and white colour tones there. Again, you know, traditional. If you think about those 1920s designs that you love so much, Sheila.
And you know the lace that we sell as well, because
Absolutely.
we've got the black in that, just sort of one of those done with sort of, you know, some sort of gold or silver wire, featuring in the centre. Absolutely gorgeous. Even so, yeah. Because what you would use under that, Ed, is some black foundation fabric, you see.
Ah,
so therefore, that's
then
where
you
the
really
black
make
would,
it pop.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
really set out. Oh, okay. Sorry, Sheila.
Go on, no,
These
that's
are
fine.
flying out the door. We've got a lot of people placing it in their basket. We've got to get the price on screen. Huh. No wonder. I don't think anybody was buying these because I am handsome. It was all because of the price point. $7.95 for 640 carats. What's going on? Do you know what? Again, how much could you pay for pendants of this size from other suppliers? Just one individual pendant can cost you, well, this is from the expert designers who told me that you can pay £8, £9, £10 for one pendant. These are pendants in their own right, aren't they? They're 38 by 33 millimetres in size, and I will do a quick count for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Great
8,
for
9,
Christmas
10.
Ed too.
Wow, hold on. 10 on the strand. That means you've got an average of 64 carats on each gemstone. That's amazing. For $7.95. What was that? Oh well, I prefer Riley, to be honest. I look better in a dress than her as well. Yeah, definitely. 600.
You said it, we didn't.
Say again.
You said it, we didn't.
Well, you know, it's
Look
just
nice
based
in a
on the
dress.
compliments I get on a Saturday night, Sheila. $7.95.
Oh, so okay, that's what you do then.
Carats. And as I say, works out on average at over 60 carats on each gemstone. It looks like these are going to be a sellout deal. Leslie,
those.
Diane, Anne, Georgette, Emma, Lindsay, all flying through. That's the way to do it here on JewelleryMaker, particularly on the late show, because we do move quite fast through these products. They are often last of stock deals, and that's exactly what we're dealing with right now. Half the stock's now been allocated on this particular deal. We did have 36, didn't we? There you go, I am good at maths, aren't I? $7.95. These are flying out the door. There you go, you can see we are expecting this to be a sellout deal. So if you've got them in your basket, check out as quickly as possible. Moving on. Ooh. Now these are right up my street as well, because I do like a little bit of chainmail. Now, you've got a larger size of your open jump rings here. They're 9 millimetres. That means they've got a 7 mil inner diameter. That's of, you know, concern to some designers. These are gold-plated sterling silver. We get lots and lots of requests for sterling silver jump rings, particularly gold-plated varieties. I mean, at this time of year, you can understand why. Just adds instant value to your designs, gives you that elegance, gives you that opulence that is associated with gold, of course. And again, you know, it's not easy to actually discover new deposits of gold. We are struggling with that a little bit as an industry. I mean, industry-wide, it's becoming more difficult to get hold of gold. Who knows the kind of prices you could pay in the future? So I would, again, advise people to stock up on their gold-plated sterling silver findings whenever they get the opportunity, especially when we bring you gold-plated sterling silver jump rings, 9 millimetres in size, for an early bird price. $5.95. And there you go. And tonight, not only have we gone to an illegal price point, but I can't get in trouble because the boss is in the hot seat. $5.95 for gold-plated sterling silver jump rings. You do get 20, but as I said, they are a bit more of a significant size. I mean, chainmail artists, if you are planning a very elaborate, high-end piece of jewellery, you know you're going to make the money back on that commission. I would be multi-buying these because we don't have too many of them. But do you know what? Even if you don't have any inclination towards chainmail, they really are a must-have find. You can't really make jewellery without jump rings. You know, you need them.
I'm always looking for jump rings all the time. I mean, jump rings, your crimp beads, and those sort of.
They're the mechanics of your designs, aren't they?
That's exactly what they are, yeah.
You know, you've got to find it very difficult to attach gemstones and different motifs to your designs without jump rings. And of course, if you are selling your designs, or even, do you know what? We focus a lot on selling designs. There's going to be a lot of hobbyists out there who actually intend to create very sophisticated and high-end piece of jewellery to give as gifts this Christmas. You want the gold-plated sterling silver, don't you? All that thought and creativity that you're putting into the piece, you want that to carry through from start to finish, including the metal that you use within the design. Gold-plated sterling silver jump rings here, 9mm in size for $5.95. That's the lowest price of the show so far, and a great way to add to that 1 P&P per day. So if you've only if you've already got your order up and running this evening, that is a must-have. $5.95 for that particular deal. This is incredible. So this is a recent addition to our stock levels here at JewelleryMaker. It's not easy for us to source turquoise. Again, you know, it's the kind of gemstone that does get snapped up by the big boys quite quickly. In fact, there are some very, very prominent designers who have exclusivity contracts with certain turquoise mines, I've found out recently, and that's why it might be why it's a little bit more difficult for us to get hold of. Of course, it is such a popular gemstone because it's so well known. This is one of the reconstituted varieties, so it allows us to create uniform cuts and shapes while still offering you the natural mineral. Just, you know, we've had to reconstitute the offcuts in order to create the gemstone itself. You're still getting that rich turquoise colour. You are still offering your customers the natural mineral, and they are 16 by 14mm in size. They are huge. They're going to make such an impact within your designs because, of course, turquoise gemstones, it's a really interesting colour tone, isn't it? Of course, the colour itself is named after the gemstone, so the gemstone came first there. And 240 carats, that's a ridiculous carat weight of turquoise. We are dealing with December's birthstone. We know that December's a little bit greedy when it comes to its birthstone. Snaps up 3 of the most collectible gemstones on the market: zircon, tanzanite and turquoise. They're so greedy, aren't they? But we do have Tanzanite coming up later in the show. So depending on what your favourite birthstone is, December babies, you have... get hold of this. Well, actually, we do have variety of turquoise coming up on the show. This is the reconstituted variety, and that allows us to not only create larger carat weights of uniform sizes, but also to give you very, very affordable price points. $9.95 should be the price. But for the next 60 minutes, we are going to honour the previous clearance price of $7.95. We got there in the end. $7.95 for 240 carats of turquoise, Sheila.
I haven't seen, I was only thinking the other day as I was browsing through, and I couldn't see any turquoise. There wasn't any, and we haven't had any for ages and ages. So grabbed it.
Snap them up while you can.
Yeah,
there you go. Top tip from resident designer Sheila.
She's in the know, you see, is Martha. Yeah.
She's the boss.
She's absolutely. I know where to go now.
I'll tell you what happens, because I used to be in Martha's situation. I used to be the sales manager of the channel, and basically what happens is you get about 1 million things to do from channel manager Paula, from the other producers, from the rest of the team, and then somebody phones in sick or books a holiday. You're like, oh, now I've got to produce a show, got to create a schedule.
Yeah.
So, and it's actually Martha's day off. Should be Martha's day off. But then She found out.
That's loyalty, isn't it?
Well, what happened was she found out about the dream team that was on the show tonight, Sheila. She couldn't resist coming in. I'll tell you what happens. So then what you do is you get all stressed out and you think, oh, I've got a show to do, I've got all these many things to do. So you make it easier for yourself by putting all the best stuff in the schedule. Stay tuned till 9 PM, we're only halfway. And we're bringing you turquoise for $7.95. Don't forget, Faceted Tanzanite coming up in the final hour of the show. Amber cabochons. I've actually got those incredible sapphires coming up as well. And if you are after the, you know, some of the natural turquoise, I've even got that coming up later in the show as well. $7.95 is the clearance price for that particular strand. Got to move on because it's star buy time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy deal, and this is a wholesale opportunity on our faceted shell selection. So I have done a number of different pearl showcases. I've done a couple with Sheila, I've done a couple with Linda, our two resident designers, and we are all in agreement that this is the ultimate faux pearl, isn't it? It's the best accent to a natural pearl, because it is created using a natural mineral, using shell, and so because of the nacre that you get on the shell, it does almost have that same effect that you'd associate with pearlescence, doesn't it? You get that little shiller. Now, the benefit of working with shell pearl is that you can create uniform shapes and sizes. So sometimes alongside the irregularities that you get from your cultured pearl, you need the uniformity of a shell pearl. And these colour tones, again, are so versatile, aren't they? They're so luxurious, actually, because you've got amethyst purple, you've got those rich, almost kind of 18-karat gold tones, and then you've got your silver tones as well. Absolutely fantastic. So you've got 8mm faceted rounds. This is the other interesting thing that you can do with your shell pearl, is that you can facet it. So you've got 8mm faceted rounds of your purple shell pearl and your golden shell pearl, and then the silver and the purple in 6mm faceted rounds. They are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? I mean, we saw those burgundy pearls earlier on in the show. Can you imagine these? Actually, they work with any colour tone. They work with the purples.
I just love the facets on them, Ed. I really do. They catch the light, don't they, and get you noticed.
These have those go
really well.
Go well with the silver and the gold, actually. It kind of creates a transition between the two.
It does.
These have got everybody a little bit excited, actually. Executive producers saying how much she loves these faceted shell pearls. And as I say, when I spoke to Linda, she gives the same opinion, that they are perfect to place alongside your cultured pearls. They give you that classic look because of that shimmer that you're not going to be able to recreate that with, you know, a bit of coated plastic. Shell pearl offers you, and of course it's an organic mineral, so you are still working with a natural item there. 4 strands in total, and of course the bigger the bundle, the greater the saving, because we can afford to work on slightly tighter margins if we create a wholesale bundle, and we pass that saving on to you by creating a wholesale price point. Now, if you were to buy all 4 strands individually, it'd be $17.80. So that already represents pretty incredible value, probably the best value on the market, but that is not a late show bundle price. That's not a star buy price. We're going to take them down to $11.95, $2.99 per strand. That is pretty incredible when you think you can't even get a meal from a fast food restaurant for $2.99. In fact, if you go there to any of these fast food restaurants to buy food for you and the kids, you can't get it for $11.95.
Oh gosh, no, nowhere near.
You know, you were having a nice lunch this afternoon, weren't you?
I was, yes. It didn't cost very much either.
There you go. How about this combination then, Sheila?
I think it's very regal as well.
Absolutely, and purples, gold, silvers,
And I think for Christmas it's just ideal.
That is,
and as you mix the red with it.
Yeah, the burgundy colour worked beautifully, didn't it? Yeah. Well, no, you were right, actually. They were called cherry.
Cherry
They were
red,
cherry pearls. I just keep...
Oh.
You can see people in the studio are getting shocked. They're smashing the place up.
Dropping things, look.
I love this.
I just put that on because we're showing this later on, I know.
Do you know what I was going to say? It is a festive combination, and then you've accentuated that with the charm on the bracelet now.
I'm giving a heads up now, but I don't know whether I should, but I am, Martha, only because I've done that. Just to see what's coming later.
No, absolutely.
There's also a Christmas tree as well.
Oh, so you could make a little Christmas charm bracelet.
You could make a charm bracelet with all of them. They're coming up later, yeah. There's so many gorgeous ones in there, so I'm having a field day here.
Oh, great. Oh, that's really exciting that, you know, the variation in that findings pack has inspired you.
Yeah.
We are going to bring that collection to you in the final hour of the show. These are flying out the door, and Alison has texted in to say, I used other forms of pearls. These shell pearls are just fantastic and taken me from just stringing to real designing. The quality inspires stunning. That's fantastic, isn't it? Because there we're talking about the gemstones, the minerals, actually inspiring people to push themselves.
Well, I've plaited with them there. I'll take that one off because I didn't. That's one that's with it, but I didn't actually. I've just put that there. But I've just plaited that with some wire.
Beautiful combination of the purples and the golds, but also the faceting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's
really stunning,
gorgeous,
isn't it?
Yeah, I really like it. And as I say, use with wire, because if you use wire, then you can plait easily, because it's got some structure to it and it's got the firmness and it goes where you want it to go. So it's perfect for that. Make a lovely bracelet with it. You could cut that down actually and make a smaller feature and add chain on the end. Then you could make a bracelet, so you've got a bracelet and a necklace to match.
Matching, and then all you need, of course, you've got the smaller.
And then you might have a couple left, which you can do some earrings.
Well, you've got the 6mm purple ones as well, so you can easily create your matching earrings.
Yeah, so you could. Or don't forget, we've also got these, which I haven't actually put in there. So you could actually.
Bit of contrast, silver ones.
So there's so much more you can make. So much more than I've made. I mean, I've only had them,
Lucy
recently.
would describe these as a chocolate wrapper purple, wouldn't she? That's how I always
they are actually.
They are that colour
tone,
aren't they? But actually, on that point, these would look gorgeous alongside amethyst as well. Really popular gemstone.
Yeah.
And the golds work there beautifully with the purples and the silvers. Really, really cohesive combination, actually, of colour tones here. The gold, the silver and the purple, especially as you've got 2 strands of the 8mm, 2 strands of the 6mm.
4 strands, isn't there?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's amazing. And you can get, so to say, I've used a lot of them. I've used 3 strands. No, not 3 strands, because I've got some left. I've still got some left here anyway. And I just showed you how you can use the charm on the.
So if you think that matching set would more than cover the profit that you want to make on that, and you've still got purples, and you've got a whole strand of silver that you've never used. $2.99 a strand it works out as, and I have to say, people are flying in for this. This is one of our most popular deals of the night so far. So if you've got it in your basket, you do need to check out to avoid disappointment. $11.95, an incredible deal on that particular item. And we are going to go to a quick break now. Thank you so much for your design, Sheila.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And we're going to go to a break. When we return, more incredible deals and, of course, more premiere launches, so don't go away.
Join guest designer Gemma Crow as she brings you a fascinating DVD that teaches you how to create all of your important findings that are essential to everybody's collection. Gemma will take you through step by step to create all of your finishing touches that bring your pieces to life, essential for all jewellery makers. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
I like working with Kumihimo because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which JewelleryMaker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because that it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making Kumihimo braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems, because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making Kumihimo.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Good evening and welcome back to The Late Show, or welcome to The Late Show. My name's Ed, thank you for joining us. We are also joined by the wonderful resident designer Sheila. Are you all right, Sheila?
There, I'm fine, thank you, Ed. Yeah, it's gone quick, hasn't it?
It is flying by tonight. It's just because we're so busy.
Which is great, isn't it? Great for our customers.
It's amazing for us to be busy, but the reason why, the price points and the incredible products that we've brought you already, don't panic. We've still got incredible treats to bring you. Our superstar buy at the end of the show, we are guaranteeing this will be launched at 8:45 p.m. We're fairly convinced that it will be a sellout by about 8:46. So yesterday morning this was launched. We did retain a little bit of stock just in case you couldn't watch the morning show yesterday if you had other commitments. 33 strands have been allocated to our late show this evening. I'll tell you now, if you're dialing up at 8:46, I reckon you're going to be running the risk of missing out. They are some of the highest quality Tanzanites I've ever seen here at JewelleryMaker. They are amazing. Coming up at 8 p.m, Amber Cabochon. Okay, 5 to 8. We're going to say, just to make sure that you don't miss out on the deal. We reckon this could be launched around about 5 to 8. I mean, it's just out of this world, isn't it? And we are going to launch that, I'm just going to tell everybody, at under £10. Right, let's move on, because we've already brought you one of the big 5 this evening in the form of sapphires. I'm now going to bring you its sister stone. And these are actually, well, they're closer related than that, in fact, because these are essentially red sapphires. They both come from the corundum family, have the exact same chemical composition, both minerals, but we don't classify it as a red sapphire because it's a very prestigious gemstone in its own right. Beautiful rubies. And of course, again, it is a birthstone. It's July's birthstone, if that's of interest to you, but this is a slightly alternative variety of ruby. And I mean, Mark Smith would have a field day with these irregular nuggets, wouldn't they? That organic cut that you get there, and of course the variation in sizes. That's why I think people enjoy working with the nuggets so much, because they do bring an extra dynamic to your designs. They offer you that texture that you might not get with, you know, the uniform faceted droplets. The organic nuggets definitely offer you something a little bit different. These vary in size from 3x1 to 10x5 and probably everything in between, to be honest. 290 carats in total, so very significant carat weight. And I will show you, because this is probably at least twice the length of a regular strand here at JewelleryMaker. I think it's about, normally they're roughly 80 centimetres in length, these strands of nuggets. Really, really interesting, because not only do you get the variation in terms of the cut, and the shape and the size, but also the colour tones vary very subtly between kind of your traditional ruby reds and then almost like rhodolite garnet colours, actually, the purples and the rose pinks. It's all in there for you. You're still working with one of the big 5, of course. Actually, I'll tell you what, you could actually set this alongside very luxurious gemstones, couldn't you, just to create that kind of juxtaposition between the more organic, natural gemstones and then the heavily faceted gemstones. You might start to draw more of the violet hues from the Tanzanite if you were to set this with ruby. 290 carats in total, and I can tell you right now, we are going to give you a price reduction. The start price is not representative of 290 carats of ruby, and we're not even going to stay there. We're going to take this down this evening. We're going to hand you back the equivalent of your P&P and take this down to $8.95 and add it to your order price for over 250 carats of ruby. I am absolutely flabbergasted by some of the prices that I'm seeing this evening. People are flying in on the free phone number and at JewelleryMaker.com. Please make sure you're checking out your baskets to avoid disappointment. Alison in Norfolk, regular contributor. You've texted in to say such a lovely show tonight with some things not seen before. Thank you, Helena. You have an amazing eye for colour and gemstones. Well done, Helena. You're doing all that from the comfort of your own living room, because we are joined by executive producer Martha this evening, and that's probably why you're seeing some of these treats that we haven't seen in a while. What was that? Yeah, it's probably my fault for not representing your presence enough. Sorry, Martha. So yeah, executive producer Martha's here. The big boss has come down, but she has brought lots of treats with her, including ruby, tanzanite, amber. You can add this to your order right now for the clearance price of $8.95. A risk-free shopping experience. We're moving on. Oh yes, of course, sorry. Okay. How many of these did we have again? Oh, I can't remember. A handful of opportunities, single figures of availability. Sheila, you're really going to regret doing this show when you see this.
I know what's coming. Yeah, I know what's coming.
It is some of the finest quality citrine. Oh, actually, we've got 7 in stock. Oh, still single figures of availability, as I said. So, okay, this was launched at the start of the month. We actually thought it was a sell-out deal, but you know, things happen. You know, people cancel their orders or people's cards don't go through, and we've been left with 7 remaining in stock. I think that's going to be a sell-out tonight. It's sterling silver chain, and then you've got incredible quality of citrine, 18 carats in total, bezel set into the links of the chain. I mean, it's just exceptional. You've got a ½ metre length of chain here. You can actually just add a clasp and create a kind of lariat style necklace with this, couldn't you? That's amazing. I mean, the quality of the citrine, the gemstone of happiness, of course. If that's something you're interested in, look at the way the gemstones are set in there as well. Can you see that they sit proud? Actually, have a look at the links that these bezels are set to. They would actually become perfect little shoulders of a solitaire ring. Ooh, so you could create a very, actually I'll just do that one, a very subtle citrine ring design. You haven't really had to do any work at all, except for connect a little bit of wire to the pre-existing links. Sterling silver chain, by the way. I mean, this has just got value written all over it in terms of what you can add into your order when you're receiving personal commissions. That's the way I see this particular strand. This is one for elite jewellery designers, you know, people who are selling their designs, or maybe a hobbyist who wants to be a little bit self-indulgent, create something special for themselves. ½ metre of sterling silver chain. What would you pay for that any other time? But faceted citrine, almost perfect clarity on each and every gemstone. Look at the cuts. Let's just have a look at how these sit proud. $29.95 is the price point. We only have 4 remaining in stock, so you do need to be dialing that free phone number immediately to add this to your order. Look at that. Such incredible. In fact, you could set them that way and use that sort of natural cleavage that you've got there on the gemstone to have a kind of open gallery setting within your ring and really show off that gemstone. Amazing opportunities with this. I mean, you could potentially use it as an extender chain on a very high-end design, but it is adding value into your piece, isn't it? You'd expect people to be paying a premium price if you're working with gemstones of this quality set into sterling silver. Looks like it could be a sellout deal. I've got 2 remaining in stock, so I've got 1 remaining in stock. Okay, we're going to get that off screen before we start annoying people. I'm going to move on. If you do love those almost zesty, citrus-like colour tones, almost sunshine colours really, then I've got a deal for you right now. Again, playing on that more organic cut here because you've got irregular sizes and shapes but very high polish finish to each and every gemstone. Have a look at this. A double deal. So we have created a wholesale bundle and the price will blow your socks off. 230 carats of lemon quartz on both strands. That's amazing. That means you've got over 450 carats in total of lemon quartz, and we're going to give you a clearance price, $8.95 for the 2. That's amazing. Over 200 carats of lemon quartz for £4.50 a strand. Amazing. Now this is the interesting thing about these polish nuggets. The way I look at it, you get that organic nature that people are looking for with bespoke jewellery, but you also get a very high-end finish. Actually, they're quite significant sizes, aren't they? They're roughly 12 by 8 millimeters in size, but as you can see, that will vary because of the irregular shapes. I mean, again, ring designs, charms, of course, they'll work, but maybe you want to set these into more gem-heavy pieces because the high polish finish will certainly lend itself towards the kind of pieces that might demand higher price points. Beautiful colour saturation here because it's not too ostentatious, it's not too vibrant, but it's still going to add a little sort of glow to your gemstone jewellery designs, I think.
It gives it pop, right? It's got that pop.
Yeah, I think
splash of, yeah.
I think that lemon quartz is the perfect name really because it is quite a zesty
and
feel that you get.
It's lovely with the gold, even with those black. You know those black. Where have they gone?
The spinel that we had in the previous album.
Yeah, those, and also the black. Were they agate?
Oh, the black agate slabs.
Agate
yes,
slabs,
absolutely.
Yeah.
They'd be great alongside these,
really
wouldn't they? Yeah. Great contrast between the black and golds. Yeah, fantastic. And of course, you've got significant sizes and carat weights on both gemstones, so they'll definitely sort of look cohesive within your jewellery designs. Thank you, Sam. Sam's went and grabbed it for us. So these ones, yeah, fantastic. Those are really popular, weren't
they're
they?
showstoppers, aren't they? They are, wow.
Yeah, that's a great combination, Sheila. That's why you're the designer. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and sometimes you sit and look at them and then it just suddenly comes to you, because you do have to think, there's so many different designs you can do and you want to get the best out of,
I suppose everybody's creative process is a little bit different, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's it, and
why it's such a popular hobby.
Exactly, yeah. You can put 100 people in a room and they'll all come out with something different.
Absolutely.
That's what amazes me with the workshops.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're never ever, and I always say that to the lovely ladies and gents, and they say you're right, we do. There's nothing ever the same.
No, you can understand, can't you? Because people are using jewellery design to express their own personality, and these certainly lend themselves to that because of that irregular shape, but that high-end finish from the polished effect. Absolutely gorgeous. $8.95 for 2 strands. Amazing. We're going to move on and we're going to leave that wholesale deal with you. Oh, actually, or are we? Because I did promise you the opportunity to invest in natural turquoise, and definitely producer Martha's suggested a design idea here, Sheila. Have a look at this. Natural turquoise with the lemon quartz.
Oh yeah, well I said earlier on, didn't I, how much it goes with, when we had the blue, how much blue goes with so many different colours, and so does the citrine.
Blues and golds, all a classic combination.
Stunning.
And here, you're almost getting a kind of tropical feel here because of the turquoise with that kind of sunshine-like glow.
I personally, I don't feel that I don't have like a seasonal. I don't think jewellery seasonal.
I see what you're saying.
I think you can wear whatever you like with whatever you like whenever you want, because especially if you've got a plain black dress, because you want vibrant colours like that. They'll
Absolutely.
actually, you know.
Actually, alongside your LBD for your Christmas do.
Absolutely. Wow factor when you walk in the door.
Your little black dress.
Yeah. Can't beat the little black dress.
There you go. That's that's the only fashion term I know. 40 carats of natural turquoise. So we saw the reconstituted variety earlier on this evening, and it was very, very popular, but this is, you know, the real deal, as Mother Nature intended, and therefore not only do you get that very rich, vibrant turquoise tone, but you also get that very interesting banding on the surface of each gemstone. They're faceted, top drill drops, classic kind of cut for us here at JewelleryMaker, and fantastic graduation as well, from 6mm up to 12mm. So that in itself could be used as a design idea, couldn't it? A little bit of inspiration. You wouldn't need all of them either. Probably take every other gemstone out, maybe use some of those silver spaces from my garnet strands in between, just to make them go a little bit further, and then have the natural graduation for another plunging neckline piece. 40 carats in total. See, I would be good at all of this design thing if I could do any of the techniques. I've got the colour combinations and the ideas all in my mind. Do you know what? It's not that I can't do the techniques, it's that I'm never happy with the finish. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, but you know what? Practice makes perfect. I should practice more. So there you go. I'll tell myself off.
As we do, I do that.
In fact, do you know what? Maybe you're watching the show and you yourself feel the same as me. You're thinking, I don't know how to really get started. What about if somebody's actually pressuring you at the moment? Say, what do you want for Christmas? There you go. $59.95, jewellery making workshop. Resident designer Linda will take you through all of the basic techniques you need to get started, and the great thing about that particular workshop is every single time everyone's leaving with a massive smile on their face. People, you can see they're exuding confidence. In fact, executive producer Martha went on that workshop with Dion, our morning producer. I wonder what colour gemstone she was working with. And they were saying they had a ball, and I presume you got jewellery to take away with you. And they're all in the fraternity now, aren't you? You're in the jewellery making fraternity now because you know how to make it. $59.95. Dial our free phone number right now. Speak to a member of our help team, and the lovely Wendy, our workshop coordinator, will get you booked on to a workshop probably in the new year. Do you think? Yeah, we'll try and find out some dates for you. But how about for all of the experienced jewellery makers out there who already know their customers are demanding natural turquoise at the next craft fair, or maybe you've had commissions where people have said, if you get hold of natural turquoise, I will commission a piece. Until you do. Okay, so the next beginner's workshop is the 6th of January. You could stock up on one of the most popular gemstones we have right now and bring your strand in with you. Linda will show you how to create a piece of jewellery, and you will go away with a piece of turquoise jewellery that you've made yourself. That's amazing, isn't it? Oh really? We're going to give you an exclusive price reduction. This is impromptu. That's the beauty of being the boss. We only have a handful remaining in stock. It is a last of stock deal, I'm afraid. You've had ample opportunity to get on those phone lines. Should be $24.95. We are putting another £5 note back in your pocket tonight, down to $19.95. Can I just say, that works out at 50p a carat for natural faceted turquoise. I'll be serious. Do your own research. Have a look what you can pay from some of the top designers. 4-figure sums for turquoise jewellery from some designers. And we're bringing it to you at 50p a carat. I mean, these are essentially jewellery quality turquoise. It's faceted, top drilled drops of natural turquoise, of course. This is a very historical and well-known gemstone, and at 50p a carat, blows my mind. Okay, again, very, very limited availability remaining now, so if you've got it in your basket, you need to check out. We're going to move on because it's time to bring you another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy and another opportunity for experienced jewellery makers, probably, to invest in their favourite gemstone. This has been voted as your favourite gemstone the last 2 years running, and of course voting is taking place at the moment on our Facebook site. If you go to JewelleryMaker UK on Facebook, you'll find our Facebook site. You can vote within the categories that have been set, and of course I think we've got nearly 50,000 people in our Facebook community. There you go, details on the bottom of our screen. Great way to interact with other jewellery makers, people who have a shared interest, but also I see people all day long exchanging design ideas, sharing top tips. And actually, I will just mention this while we're on Facebook. If you go to my presenter page, you'll find that Ed Presenter with a lowercase p. I'm trying to get 2,000 likes by the end of the year. If we succeed, then we will. Then I'll invite somebody down. We'll do a prize draw. Somebody can come down, have a day experiencing what it's like at studios, and I'll even treat you to lunch. I did this at the start of last year, and Christina Fulton came down. She held the largest morganite in the world. She had a lovely lunch with me. She got on live TV, and so. Yes, feel free to follow us on Facebook, because you'll also get heads up about what's coming up, like this star buy, 95 carats here, and this again, perfect rounds but graduated in size and faceted to perfection. Great thing about the faceting on the Labradorite is that it almost dictates the way the labradorescence will move across the surface of the gemstone. Oh, real combination of colours here. In fact, we'll have a look at that. So you've got a violet tone there, kind of really deep blue or purple tone there, and then here you've got your electric blue. Move along again, you've got this kind of green and gold tone, and then have a look at that. Almost like the colours that you see on like a sunrise. Look at that. Almost like a sunset kind of colours, aren't they? Like apricots and golden tones. I love that. This strand is, again, it's one of the highest quality strands of Labradorite we've ever had here at JewelleryMaker. And you know what? I hear that quite a lot these days from our presenters. And it's not because we're going over the top. It's because the quality of the gemstone seems to improve from delivery to delivery. Every few weeks we get another strand and we're all blown away by the quality of the Labradorite and that optical effect, which, as we say, really seems to capture people's imagination. I think this is one of the reasons people are drawn to genuine gemstones, because of that enigmatic quality that's associated with them, and Labradorite really embodies all of those ideals, doesn't it? 95 carats in total, a minimum of 95 carats. That is incredible for any gemstone, but particularly one of our most popular, faceted into graduated rounds. They range from 5mm up to 9mm. I mean, that one in the centre, that largest one there, is really impressive, isn't it? I love these. These are probably 8mm. So look at that labradorescence. Can you see the way the labradorescence is moving across the facets as well? So that could become a feature of your design if you're going to have a certain amount of movement in your design. In fact, even if you set these into like a solitaire ring or a macrame bracelet, people tend to gesticulate, don't they, with their hands when they're talking, and then when the light catches, everyone's going to be looking, oh, like magpies. Oh, what's that gemstone? Where did you get hold of that? A lot of people tell me as well that not only does it lead to greater sales at craft fairs, but if you make your own jewellery as a hobbyist, this is the gemstone that starts you on the journey of selling your designs, because people see the gemstone, they're not aware of what it is and how mystical it is. So that's when people sort of approach you and say, sorry, what is that gemstone you're wearing? And then they say, oh, wow, look at that labradorescence. Absolutely. You can see, you know, I got distracted there, but you can understand why, and that's exactly what I was talking about. You could be having a conversation with somebody and they're not even listening to you, they're looking at your pendant.
Exactly. I think, you know, because we sell such a variety of gemstones, you don't get the choice on the high street that you get with JewelleryMaker, do you?
Well, I was talking earlier, you know, basically if you look in the high street window, even for their sort of sterling silver range, they want you know, 60, 70, 80 pounds.
Absolutely.
And it tends to be amethyst, Swiss blue topaz and garnet.
Yeah,
maybe a bit of citrine here and there.
You don't see any other variation of any gemstones, do you?
And these are the gemstones that, as I say, really do inspire people to start a gemstone collection, don't they?
And I think because we sell so many more gemstones, that's why it tends to turn heads wherever you go, because they don't see them on the high street, do they?
No, not at all. And you see variations in the cuts and the qualities as well, so that helps, doesn't it?
And if you like, you know, the necklace that you showed earlier, both of those, well, all three of them actually, because they got 3 pendants in there. I mean, you wouldn't, if you were to buy that, it would cost you an arm and a leg, as they say, wouldn't it?
No, yeah, you're quite right.
You know, we do have such good deals here.
Just make them so affordable. As I said earlier, you know, the Genuine Gemstone Company dedicated not only to providing you with incredible value, but to making these luxury gemstones as accessible as possible. So maybe things that you didn't think you would have in your collection previously are now becoming more than accessible, because we are about to provide you with a start buy price of under £10 for 95 carats of Labradorite. Actually, do you know what? Sam, you love your sort of choker style designs, don't you? This would work perfectly as choker style design.
So you sort of move your head or talk, it'll
sort
of roll up and down.
So Sam's just saying, because every time you move your head, you're going to see different colours within your Labradorescence from the different angles the light hits it. Attracts a lot of attention, of course. $9.95 is the star buy price for 95 carats of Labradorite. I mean, again, when you think about the amount of work that's gone into this strand, not just in terms of cutting and faceting each and every gemstone to those very exacting standards, not even the mining process of getting hold of these kind of quantities of Labradorite, but actually sourcing the Labradorite in the first place. This is a very long process in order to create this incredible deal. And then we bring it to you for under £10. Exceptional quality, amazing value, and a massive carat weight here. 95 carats. And again, I have to say, if you are creating those high-end macrame bracelets, maybe featuring wire, you can use the graduation within that design as well, can't you? And that becomes another feature of your macrame bracelet. Maybe you just want to keep it simple and create earring designs. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 individual pairs of earrings you could create using this particular strand. I mean, even if you wanted to make them very affordable, £10 a pair, which is incredible, especially when you think about that optical property that they actually exude. That's an amazing amount of profit, isn't it? In fact, Nicola's texted in to say, hi Ed, these arrived home today and they are beautiful. Okay, so these have previously been available on the show. Nicola's grabbed hers, they arrived with her today. She's blown away by the quality and, of course, that optical property. When these were originally discovered, that Labradorescence was thought to be Aurora Borealis. Easy for me to say. Northern lights trapped inside the gemstone. You can understand why people made that mistake, because it is so incredible, isn't it? That swirl of colour inside the gemstone. Faceted varieties here for $9.95. That is a star buy deal. Grab them while you can. We are extremely busy this evening. Aha. Yes, we're going to now bring you another wholesale deal. This time featuring some of our most popular gemstones. Now, here at JewelleryMaker, we have kind of created a bit of a bundling system, if you like. So what it allows us to do is take a selection of our gemstones that we sell individually on our website, or it could be findings or different tools, and we can create a unique discount code. It's only available on the Late Show for 60 minutes, but by bundling them together and by creating a wholesale opportunity, we can offer you an incredible price point, a wholesale price point. That's how I would describe it. And I think it's pretty much accurate, because we've already seen massive savings being offered this evening with our bundles. This is a quad of drops, because you've got 4 strands of your top drill droplets here. They're polished droplets again. I'm really drawn to that cut and that finish at the moment. I just think it looks really high end, but still makes the gemstones very versatile. Sometimes with a faceted gemstone, you almost feel like you have to use them in a certain way, but with the polished varieties, it does open itself up to different styles of jewellery design, doesn't it? Again, when we're thinking about versatility, you've got some gemstones here that would really be at place in virtually any design, masculine or feminine. Start with this gorgeous Sunstone, in fact, because again, it's not a gemstone we see every day. Every single gemstone is beautiful. Natural gemstone, it almost looks like Mother Nature has had a little bit of a go at craft work, because it almost looks like she put glitter inside. They're actually little iron inclusions that give you this golden glitter inside the gemstone. Not sure whether they're going to come through on screen, but when you get this home, when you see it in the flesh, you are going to fall in love with gorgeous Sunstone. Again, it offers you that almost like a copper-like tone, doesn't it? So it gives you that warmth to your designs. But there is a range of colours here, so you've got those kind of peachy tones, more pastel pinks, as well as those warmer, almost cognac kind of colour hues coming through. Then, I'll tell you what, that'd be a gorgeous combination actually, the Sunstone and the Tiger's Eye, because you've got the rich golden hue coming through from the Tiger's Eye. Another optical effect is a little more subtle than you see on the lights of Labradorite. It's known as chatoyancy. I'll show you, it's kind of like a cat's eye effect, and you can see the way that the light moves across the surface of the gemstone. Can we see that? There we go, look at that, it's gorgeous, isn't it? And Tiger's Eye is, again, you know, heavily associated with masculine style jewellery designs. You could easily just place these, you know, if you saw these, the kind of shark teeth style surfer necklaces, this would be perfect for those, wouldn't it? And again, you know, a very versatile colour tone. Earthy kind of golden chocolate brown tones coming through from your Tiger's Eye. That's an extremely long strand that we've got there on the Tiger's Eye. Oh, it's a 36 centimetre strand. I thought it looked kind of long. There we go. And then here's one of Martha's favourites. Iolite, gorgeous Iolite. I'll tell you what, Martha, you may like this, but Iolite it too.
Very good, very good. Wow.
No, Sheila was saying it was a good joke, unlike the rest of them.
Well, somebody's got to agree with you, Ed, haven't they?
Let's get that tumbleweed on there, I think, isn't it? Gorgeous Iolite here. Beautiful gemstone, named after the colour tone you see here, the Greek derivation for Ios is violet, and that is the colour tone you get there, that rich violet tone. And it's interesting that Martha loves this gemstone, because when she said that, I said, why do you love it? She said, just because I've always owned this Iolite ring. So it's interesting, isn't it, that people have a personal association with the gemstone, they're instantly drawn to it. And this, I mean, you can understand why people would be drawn to Iolite. It's absolutely beautiful, very historical gemstone, of course. And then we've got multicoloured moonstone. Now this is a gemstone I'm drawn to, interestingly, because it's my birthstone. It's the birthstone for June, alongside pearls. We've got pearl deals coming up later as well. But these, again, very, very versatile colours, because you've got the alternation between the peach moonstone and the white moonstone. It's a little bit more subtle, the optical effect that you get on peach and white moonstone, because it's more of a kind of shiller inside the gemstone than colour play. And I'll show you it. There you go. Oh, actually, there is a little bit of colour there coming through, isn't there? A little bit of blue in the adulorescence, perhaps. There you go. That's the effect that you get from moonstone. Absolutely gorgeous. Very subtle, but very effective. 4 strands in total, and we've bundled them together to create a wholesale deal, and I'm hearing that we're about to give you a silly, silly price. Normally this would be available for £16.80, but right now we've taken 4 strands of gemstones under £10, £2.49 a strand. Can't say fairer than that. Wow, look at the combination actually, now that you see them all together. That'd be gorgeous, clustered, maybe in the kind of necklace style designs that Sheila was describing earlier, or even as charms. Absolutely gorgeous. £2.49 per strand, and you're getting Iolite, Moonstone, Tiger's Eye and Sunstone. What are you going to make using these 4 strands of top drilled polished drops. In fact, if you've already got a design in mind, we were talking earlier about, you know, the gemstones inspiring you and getting those creative cogs turning. Director Bruce said, I'll tell you what they're going to make. They're going to make a profit. And you have to be in agreement with that, really, because even if, you know, you get to the end of the day at your craft fair store, let's just say you've got a few shepherd hooks left over on your store, you've got these strands in your stash, you can literally just start knocking up earring designs, sell them at £5 a pair. You're going to make a huge amount of profit on these strands. In fact, I'm not even going to bother counting how many pairs of earrings you could create, because we've got a few deals to go and we've only got 60 minutes left on the show, so that would take me all night. £9.95 for 4 strands of gemstones. Don't ask me what executive producer Martha's up to. She's just excited to be here with us tonight, aren't you? I can understand. I'm just going to give everybody a quick heads up before we move on to our next deal. This is coming up in 10 minutes time. This amber cabochon. I think this is going to be another sellout deal, I have to say. We are going to take this very sizable amber cabochon under £10. I can see a lot of people multi-buying this, maybe 2 or 3, so you can create your earring designs, or maybe even your earrings and matching pendant. 10 by 26 millimeters in size, so quite significant. It's coming up in 10 minutes time. Get on the phone lines early, put yourself to the front of the queue to avoid disappointment. We're moving on. Ooh. Yeah, this is one of my favourite gemstones, you know. This is one of the most collectible gemstones on the planet. One of the rarest gemstones on the planet. The reason that it's so rare is not because Mother Nature doesn't create sizable deposits of kyanite, but because it's so difficult to get hold of them. It tends to form in very hostile environments, high altitudes, which of course gives you high pressures but low temperatures, mid pressures and low temperatures, and so it's quite unique environments that are required to create kyanite. That's why you tend to find it at high altitudes, and that makes it difficult to actually source. And this is traditionally found in the Himalayas, and that's exactly where this has come from. It's been mined for in Nepal. As I say, you know, people spend years and years of their lives just planning expeditions to go to the Himalayas, let alone going there to actually mine for one of the most collectible gemstones available. The reason I think I understand the collectability of this gemstone is just because, working for the company for a long time, I have spoke to lots and lots of gemstone enthusiasts, collectors and experts, and they all get very excited about kyanite. So whether it's, you know, Glenn Lehrer, one of the most, you know, prolific gemstone cutters on the planet, he's excited by kyanite. Whether it's somebody who's shopping from Gems TV to start their gemstone collection, they get excited about kyanite. It's that collectible because it's so rare to see. And of course, that just goes to prove the buying power we have at JewelleryMaker, because we can source this gemstone for you. When we originally had this gemstone in stock, the first ever time, probably going back 2.5 years maybe, it was very organic in its nature. You know, we were talking about the tumbled nuggets. Now we can bring you polished, cut examples of kyanite. One of the beautiful things about kyanite is the inclusions. Again, it's a gemstone that's prized for its inclusions, and you can see that almost silver silk-like inclusions inside the gemstone. It almost has a little silver shiller to it, doesn't it? These range in size from 6x5 to 11x7, so again, you've got some of the more delicate cuts and you've got some of the more sizable statement cuts within this strand, giving you 35 carats in total. Again, I don't know how many opportunities I'm going to have to bring you kyanite. As I say, it is very, very rare, but right now we have got a strand of it. You can add this to your collection, and I know there are jewellery makers out there who rely on the Gems of Distinction range, our elite quality gemstones, to create their own gemstone collection. We've had people in the past telling us they've got 200 strands from our Gems of Distinction range that they've never touched. One person actually texted in to say they had 400 gems of distinction. And that is a serious gemstone collection, something to be very proud of. Right now, we're going to give you, whoa, already $17.95. Well, it's already 50p a carat for kyanite. Sorry, did I bang on the desk? Was I getting a bit annoyed there? Okay, she's the boss. What can I say? $14.95 for kyanite. Talk about blowing my mind. I've sold kyanite jewellery when I was a producer on Gems TV for 4-figure sums. Sheila, can you save me? Because I'm lost for words.
You lost for words? No way. No way.
Oh, they're throwing a party for Martha in the gallery. She just rendered me silent twice in 3 hours. Do you love kyanite anyway as a collector?
I've always loved kyanite, and I try to use it whenever I can in the kits when I can get hold of it. But it sort of goes out too quick, so I don't really get a chance to grab it.
Oh, that is true, isn't it?
There we go. You've got Martha. You see, she's on the inside, isn't she? It's absolutely.
She's got the inside
beautiful.
track, has she? Is that what you're saying about
those
the
rounds?
Martha?
Those faceted rounds are. I would snatch your hand off for those.
I love the combination between the kind of royal kyanite blues, or maybe more cashmere blues. That's how I'd probably describe the kyanite, and then the violet tones in Tanzanite. It's quite subtle, but it actually makes them both pop, doesn't it?
It's a good job Dion's on holiday.
Absolutely, you're quite right.
She would have broke your arm for those. I'm sorry about that, Martha, but she would. Wouldn't she?
This is our morning producer, Dion, who does have a quite the penchant for blue gemstones. She's over in Miami at the moment. And I did hear earlier today that she had a cocktail the size of a swimming pool in her hand. So she's having fun.
Wow.
We're now going to leave that one with you, and we are going to move on to an incredible bundle. This, I did give everybody a heads up earlier in the show, because I know the popularity of this mineral, and I have to say, the combination of the colour tones is so... It almost evokes sort of vintage style jewellery to me, but actually they could use them in contemporary designs as well, couldn't you, Sheila?
Well, I have got those here. I've made some jewellery with them.
We're going to come over and have a look actually in 1 second's time.
There we go then.
Now, as I kind of alluded to earlier in the show, it is becoming a little bit more difficult to actually mass produce cultured pearls. New legislation has been introduced to the industry where these particular cultured pearls are cultivated, and it has led to a 40% decrease in the production. Now, any other company would see that as an opportunity to drive their prices up, but not here at JewelleryMaker. We want to be known as the best and most competitive supplier on the market, and so we can offer you incredible deals. Have a look at the quality and the size of these pearls. You've got your chocolate cultured pearls, they're 9 by 7 millimeters in size. Beautiful elongation, and that elongation is actually mirrored in the more delicate white pearls. Fresh water pearls, by the way. Well, I know that freshwater pearls are much rarer than the traditional cultured pearls. I'm not entirely sure what the variation is, but you know what, I'll find out. If I don't know, I'll find out. So next time I'll bring that information to you tomorrow evening. These are 5 by 3 millimeters in size. Now they are perfect for bridal designs. Oh, in fact, I think Sheila's already creating some bridal pieces. In fact, we're going to go over it in 1 second, but we should give you, first of all, our wholesale price point. This is one of our discount bundles, only available for 60 minutes, so get in while you can. So $19.90 in total then. For both, $9.90. When you said that, I thought you meant per strand. Hold on a minute, less than £5 a strand for cultured pearls, including white, fresh water cultured pearls. as I say, you know, they traditionally do demand a higher price point on the open market, and I will find out why this evening when I get home.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure why.
Okay.
I mean, what about this for a combination? This is custom built for a designer like you.
I was saying earlier on, wasn't I, you know, how the how bridal jewellery now and bridal colours have changed so much, and you know, sort of chocolate brown is quite a popular one to use as well.
Oh, you did say that bridesmaids often in chocolate brown.
Golds and chocolate browns go really, really well. But I was just starting a comb here now.
I just can't understand how we can take pearls to under £5 a strand. Imagine the amount of profitability you have in these two strands. I mean, they do work beautifully together, and you can see that here. But all jewellery makers are usually quite reliant on cultured pearls, maybe as accent stones or maybe for their bridal commissions, and I mean, that is a must-have, isn't it? £5 per strand. We don't have the delicate white pearls that often, do we? The smaller sized white pearls.
Not very often at all, no, because I'm always after them for the workshops.
The bridal workshops, and the vintage workshops.
You can use them. I mean, I'm just going to twist some now just to show you. I don't know whether we've got time to show that.
I'm just going to dob Martha in. She said, in fact, these should have been going into your report for your workshop, but she snaffled them away.
Well, yeah, it's it. Yeah, I know. But I'm taking this all in.
Yeah, you remember. You make a note, Sheila.
I make a note.
That's it.
Yes.
We've actually got buyers coming in.
I should be following around now. She'll wish she'd never said that now.
She'll wish I never told you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh no, I'm the one who's going to get it in the neck. I was going to say, we've got buyers coming in from the length and breadth of the UK, but also global buyers coming through here. So congratulations. If you are getting involved from the States, Mary's got 2 of these. Avril has got 3. You've been doing lots of multi-buying this evening, Avril, so congratulations to you.
Oh.
Ah, look at these. These are the little findings you've got in the winter collection.
These are all from the findings, yeah, from the winter collection. Yeah, I've been using them in,
the little curvature that you get.
And I've managed to find some gold chain and a gold comb, so I've been delving around.
And how beautiful is the rose gold with the chocolate brown?
Yeah. Lovely, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
Very, very simple as well, but, you know, very, very effective, isn't it? I was just going to add some more, but then you came out.
These are absolutely fantastic. As I say, lots and lots of people coming through to multi-buy this particular bundle. You can understand why. Everybody needs pearls in their collection. They tend to be very, very profitable, don't they? But actually, the delicate white pearls, as I say, we don't see the smaller white pearls very often. I mean, even for... if you do sort of haberdashery bridal work, so if you create a veil, you can actually sew the white pearls onto a bridal veil.
Listen to him now. I can't tell I've trained him well.
Yes, I'll take it all in. I do listen intently. As I say, I'm just not quite good enough, basically, at making the designs.
And also on the white lace that we sell, these are the perfect pearls to use.
Aren't they?
Absolutely. If I'd have had these, or I'd have known they were coming in, then I could have included it in my lace show, but you know, I'll forgive her.
You know.
I'll forgive her.
These executive producers, come along.
Yeah, come along. And
Steal your stock.
I know how my role's changed, I tell you.
I tell you what, I've never heard one phrase so much in one day. Paula said so. Paula said I could.
No, to be fair...
That was what somebody used as an excuse to you.
To be fair, I do get the pearls for what, but these are you know, ones that we don't get very often, so I can't blame Paula giving them to.
I'm going to have to actually leave this one with you as you are still designing using this, creating a beautiful hair comb. £9.95, still people flying in on the phone line, so if you've got it in your basket, please, please, please check out to avoid disappointment. I am going to have to leave it though, because we did promise you the launch of our amber cabochon at 5 to 8. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Now, as you can see here at JewelleryMaker, we do take the sourcing of our gemstones extremely seriously, and as you can see, they're all in great demand, not just from our customers at home, but even when we're trying to put together the show. So the producers and the designers all trying to show you the best that we have and inspire your jewellery designs. This only came into stock very, very recently, and we managed to negotiate the launch of this from channel manager Paula at around about 4 o'clock this afternoon. It was very, very late, wasn't it, that we managed to get hold of this. But such an exceptional opportunity. So rare, of course. It's kind of like amber in that respect, that people are aware of it, they want it in their collection. It has very strong organic connotations attached to it, doesn't it? And basically people want to get hold of this. People who are aware of the kind of more natural and bespoke jewellery designs, they want to have the likes of turquoise or amber in their collections, and this is gorgeous. It's 26 by 10 millimetres in size. Okay, we launched a few of these over the weekend. They were slightly more delicate in size. These, oh, okay, so we had a kind of broader teardrop, and we had a round, almost, you know, traditional cabochon. But I think this is the first true sort of elongated drop that we've offered you. And, you know, producer Martha's saying that for her, this is the ultimate cut. You think this is the most impressive cut that you've seen so far? Oh, that is a fantastic suggestion. It hadn't actually occurred to me. If you are a silver clay artist setting this into silver clay, I mean, that's it, job done. That's probably why, in fact, I'd say about 50% of the people already on the phone lines have multi-bought this. Is that about accurate? Everybody's getting 2s and 3s. They want to make those matching earrings, or even the pendant as well, don't they? I have to say, we did promise you slightly healthier stock levels than we have on, say, the Tanzanite, but I still don't think there's going to be enough to go around when you see the exclusive launch price that we can offer you tonight for this exceptional gemstone. I mean, this is a natural mineral, and it's actually the fossilised resin of a tree. So it's not the sap, like some people think. It's actually fossilised tree in a resin form, obviously created by Mother Nature. So you think about this as almost a prehistoric gemstone. And of course, you know, some people have that kind of connotation because of its inclusion in one of the most successful movie franchises of all time. But I think these days, when you do think of amber, I think most people think of bespoke luxury items like jewellery. But of course, where this is traditionally located, usually sort of Eastern Europe, so we do a lot of mining for amber in Poland and Russia, huge amber deposits in Russia. They actually use this for beautiful carvings, artwork as well. They sometimes actually you know, crush it and create paints, or sort of oil paints using amber as well. So, you know, it can be heavily used, but always the end product is a luxury good. When you're working with a mineral like amber, you know you're onto a winning. You know it's recognisable, so people are going to be drawn to your designs. You know it's very, very rare. It's not something they're going to see at every single craft fair every week. So instantly, you are setting yourself apart from other designers. You're giving yourself essentially a little USP. Other people aren't going to be able to feature amber in their designs, but right now you have that opportunity. Well, I have to say, the opportunities are becoming a little more limited. Somebody just came through and bought 5 of these cabochons.
I'm not surprised.
Do you love this, Sheila?
I went to Sweden to see a friend, and not Sweden, Denmark. She lives in Denmark, and she took me around, you know, the tourist areas, and we went to this amber boutique, because obviously I was looking out for every...
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was just amazing. There was just amber everywhere.
Really?
Very, very, very expensive.
Really?
And something like that, that gorgeous pendant there would have cost, I mean, because of where it was as well, but even so, we haven't had amber very much for a long, long time, have we? No,
it tends to be quite sporadic, doesn't it? The actual deliveries of amber.
When I first saw that, I thought, wow, I've got in my head what I would do with it, and it's just amazing.
What, can you share that?
I would wire wrap it. I would do quite a lot of wire work with it.
Okay.
Because it's so, but I wouldn't hide it, because you don't want to hide it.
No, you want the amber to be at the forefront of the design. You want the amber
to be there, but surrounded by either the gold or the rose gold, you know, to give you that really, really
a decadent finish, I would say.
Just because all you want really is that piece of amber. You don't really want anything else because it's so beautiful.
Yeah, it is a standalone, isn't it? I would agree with that.
Yeah.
But there you go. So when you've been on the continent to Europe, you've seen the use of amber.
As soon as I saw amber, you know, in the window, I sort of went in, and it was just. I mean, I couldn't have afforded anything there.
Oh, really? Okay.
No way.
So we're talking about
we're
significant
talking about a lot of
price
money, and it wasn't. Some of them were just pendants on you know, chains and things.
Silver chains, but still.
But still amber.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of price point that's associated with this mineral.
Definitely, yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous, and that's why so many of our experienced designers, so many names that I recognise from, you know, shopping with us night in, night out here on the Late Show, are flying in to get 2 and 3. They know instantly this is a true profit maker. In fact, there's probably some people out there who do run successful jewellery making businesses who have no intention of giving away their amber because they don't know when it's going to come back in stock. This is for their personal collection. I can understand that. You know, if you spend all year going to the craft fairs and selling your designs, maybe right now is when you're just going to sit back over the Christmas break and create a piece of jewellery for yourself. Why not use gorgeous amber? Yes.
You know, surround it with love as we do.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of time to indulge yourself in, not just in your hobby, but in the luxury item that is gorgeous amber. This is one of the largest cabochons we've brought you in recent times anyway. And the price point, again, is not representative of what you are going to receive. Under £10 is our exclusive launch price this evening for this very significant cabochon. This is 10 by 26 millimetres in size. Can you imagine this? Now that you've said it, executive producer Martha, and the idea of setting this into silver clay to create that finish, I just can't get over that. If you got 3 of these, I mean, at that price point, even though the silver clay is a little bit more of an outlay than some of the other items that we sell here, you're going to make it back tenfold, aren't you, because of the incredible mineral and of course the finish that you can create with your silver clay. But you don't have to use silver clay. You can imagine, as Sheila was describing there, a beautiful wirework setting. It's got to be silver wire, hasn't it, for this one, or gold-plated silver wire. If you can get hold of that, that's amazing as well, isn't it? Because you want to be giving this the setting it deserves. That, as we were saying, that kind of opulent, decadent finish. And to be quite honest with you,
wow, so you want it. You just, it's just beautiful. And I think if people don't get it now, then they'll really regret it, because if I know there's any left, then I will certainly
You're going to be on there, are you, at 9 p.m?
Yeah, I know.
It does have the wow factor, doesn't it, Amber?
It certainly does.
Absolutely.
Certainly does.
It is attracting a lot of attention on our free phone number. I think we might have a short queue, but we are starting to deal with all of those calls. And of course, it is a free phone number, so don't panic. If you do want to take 2 or 3 of these, we, as I say, aim to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs. We're never going to limit you to one individual item. As I say, I've got most people buying 2s or 3s. Probably about 50% of our customers are multi-buying this. Some people have taken 4 and 5 of these, and I have still got people placing this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. Hate to sound like a broken record, but it is important that people do understand the concept. You've got to check out your baskets to ensure that this is heading its way towards you. $9.95 for this particular amber cabochon. It's flying out the door as we expected it to. And just have a look at those gorgeous inclusions in there. And actually they break up the way the light passes through the gemstone as well, so you get that truly bespoke nature from the gemstone, but you also get little points of interest that are just going to draw the eye once it's set into your designs. Absolutely can't go wrong with that. $9.95 for this gorgeous amber cabochon, and as I say, can't guarantee how many opportunities we are going to have on that particular gemstone. We are going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on. We're going to go to a quick break, but I do have to let everybody know about this because it's going to be a sellout deal. I only have very limited availability. If you think we don't see amber very often, how about this? Malachite. Has to be over a year since I have seen malachite in our stocks, certainly since I've presented them anyway, so I'm shocked to see this. I have got single figures of availability, 10 mil rounds of malachite coming up after the break.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidurist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker. Join guest designer Alison Tarry on her Wire Brooches DVD. Get creating stunning designs in no time at all as Alison guides you through a step-by-step guide to create these fantastic designs. The easy-to-follow steps shown on the DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will show you the best techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. I'm now going to give you a very, very limited in availability opportunity to own malachite, one of the most impressive gemstones available on the open market. I have to say, this is exquisite in terms of its quality. Just tell you what, malachite is such a beautiful gemstone, so heavily revered across the world, particularly on sort of I'm thinking about Far East, Southeast Asia. Really, really revered gemstone, malachite. And actually, do you know what? Here's one for all the lads out there. is actually, oh, we better bet the price on screen because it looks like it's going to be a sellout. $29.95 for 400 carats of malachite, unheard of. All I was going to say is, do you know what? The Premier League football trophy in this country, the plinth, is made out of malachite. It is. I haven't seen a malachite bathtub, but I really want to. That sounds like probably the most opulent thing on the planet. That's been a sellout deal, sorry. Didn't have time to really go in depth with that. Yeah, these are amazing. Do you know what? I love these because not only do you get a very, very significant size, luxury pearls really, but the organic finish on the surface of the pearls is giving you amazing pearlescence. 12 to 15 millimeters in size. Oh my gosh. This is a last of stock opportunity. Oh my word, I tell you what, alongside the chocolate brown pearls that we had in that previous bundle, they'd look gorgeous, wouldn't they? Now you've got slight irregularities in the shape and the size of these gemstones. As I say, you can see the variation in size from 12 to 15 millimeters. But I'm just thinking, keep it simple. Solitaire rings, pearl solitaire rings, you make your money back off one design, wouldn't you? But actually, I'll tell you, the other thing that we've got on this particular variety of pearls is this very beautiful domed finish and flat bottom to them. They're pearl cabochons. That's what we're dealing with here. Wire workers, soutache workers, macrame artists.
Bigger cabochons as well in pearl. I'd love to get some of those, yeah.
They almost have like a textured finish to them, like a brushed finish if it was metalwork. That's what Mother Nature's created for us on the surface of these particular pearls. It really is bringing a completely different pearlescence than we normally would see. I think you might be able to capture it. It's like lime greens and fuchsia tones swirling around on the surface of the gems. I'm not sure it's coming through because of our studio lights. When you get them home, you're going to instantly fall in love with the pearlescence. Very, very prominent on the surface of the pearls. They're gorgeous. Love them. As I say, I mean, you can keep your designs pretty simple because people associate large pearls with large price points, don't they?
And they are lovely to sort of use if you're using a frame on a tiara and you have them dropping down from inside the frame. Yeah, that would be gorgeous. And maybe down on, you know, on a forehead on like an Indian.
Yeah, so this is a great point actually. We talk a lot about bridal designs and that traditional association with pearls with traditional weddings. But actually, you know, when you think about multicultural weddings in this country, you know what, Indian weddings I went to one recently, and they are seriously lavish events.
They are very
They are amazing, aren't they? So colourful, but also so luxurious. You see, like
luxurious is the word for an Indian wedding.
Absolutely, very much so. We see that Indian brides have like 2 or 3. Almost feels like a costume change because the outfits are so beautiful, but then you've got those gorgeous headdresses as well, like you were describing, where you have the gemstones dropping down to the forehead.
Aren't they?
I was talking to Angela Edwards recently, who is the business workshop aficionado, and she was telling me that once, around about Christmas time, she got a commission for an Indian wedding. She actually ended up being commissioned to make over 100 pieces of jewellery, and the commissions lasted her until March. That was the first quarter of her sort of financial year dealt with from one event. And so these could end up being a must-have for a lot of jewellery makers. I would suggest multi-buying this particular strand because I haven't seen these pearl nuggets previously, certainly not very often. You are joking me. $14.95. Well, that's basically £1 a year for the amount of time that would have gone into the production of these pearls. We estimate that it takes about 12 months for every 1 millimetre of growth on a cultured pearl. So some of these would have taken around about 15 years to actually produce. And then we come along and give you the whole strand for $14.95. That's what we're all about here at JewelleryMaker. But I think the other thing that we do pride ourselves on, and it's something that Sheila was talking about earlier, is offering variety. And that is exactly what we're doing right now. Yes, we've got the classic you know, as close around as we can get pearls, but then we've got something really different and statement-esque like this. 12 to 15 millimeters in size. Again, I would probably say you can be quite sparing with this. And we've got a huge number of people multi-buying this particular strand. That's the way to do it here at JewelleryMaker. Not only to make the most of the value we're offering you on this strand, but of course it allows you to maximise on your 1 P&P per day. We've extended our money back guarantee right now until the end of January, so risk-free shopping experience. And at $14.95, it's a no-brainer. You've got to be getting hold of these, what could be described as pearl cabochons, I have to say.
Excuse me. The voice
what
went
happened there? Yeah, amazing. If you are coming through and place these in your basket, you know what to do. Check out. They are flying out the door. $14.95 for white cultured pearl nugget. Gorgeous finish. I'm going to leave this one with you. One of the most inherent and luxurious gemstones on the planet. And we're going to move on now to another. This is out of this world. Oh, I'm just going to pick on one that has caught my eye. Have a look at this. Do you know what? That's not even as incredible as it looks in real life. You know, that's a little bit subdued based on our studio lighting, if I'm honest with you. It's really glowing in reality. And I think a lot of this sort of kind of marmalade tones, if you like, are coming through, but I can see lime greens in there as well. Very, very... Oh, have a look at this gemstone. Can we see this purple opalescence coming through here? I'm not sure whether it's coming through in our studio lighting. This is incredible. So, I was talking about this a little bit earlier in the show, and the fact that it's so rare actually to get opals from these kind of regions. This is Ethiopian opal, and actually one of the really key things about getting hold of Ethiopian opal is that it's a very recent discovery in the gemological world. These don't happen that often anymore because, of course, we have pretty much, or we think we have, discovered everything that's available. And of course, we normally associate mining for opals with Australia, and around about 95–97% of all opals come from Australia. So that leaves just 3% left for the rest of the world to actually mine for. And we discovered this particular variety of opal, it's often known as Wellow opal, in Ethiopia in 2008. So that's pretty recent, isn't it, to get hold of a brand new discovery. And as I say, it's not a really easy place to get hold of. It's about high altitude, about 3,000 feet above sea level, and there's a 300-foot cliff face in front of the open mine. So it's a very precarious environment to go mining, I suppose. Of course, everything's done in a very safe manner, but it means that this particular variety of opal is very, very rare, but in high demand, because when you find a new discovery, people are aware of it. You know, these days, you can't really keep anything a secret, can you? And I love the fact that you get these gorgeous variations in Ethiopian opal. I mean, that is just exquisite, and I'll show you why you're getting that colour tone. It's because of this gorgeous inclusion. Second, sir? I think every now and then I'm catching a bit of opalescence, but it's almost impossible to know the angle at which we're getting the light. I mean, this one here, I've got the torch. I wonder if that will help. What's it? I mean, once you get a little bit of movement in your opal jewellery, you're going to see this opalescence, sometimes known as pin fire or opalescence, and this is what makes the gemstone so well known, so popular, isn't it? And I think that traditionally this is why people have that kind of draw to this gemstone, much like we talk about Labradorite exciting people, but opal, of course, much more traditional as well, so it tends to have quite a I always think of it as being quite a sentimental association with this gemstone. I know lots of people have had their opal jewellery passed down to them from their grandmothers or their mothers, of course. In fact, Sarah Elvin never takes her opal ring off, and that was given to her by her late mother. And so I know for a fact that, you know, people who are passionate about owning gemstones and gemology as a whole see this gemstone as something that they aspire to owning within their collection. We've got 50 carats on this particular strand. I have to be honest with you, the studio lighting is really not doing us any favours here. This is absolutely coming to life on my hand. Even the ones that look opaque on the surface of things, this has got a kind of golden, like mustard-like tone to it, but as I move, oh, actually I think I did catch it. It's even, it's really, really prominent, the pinfire. You've got to get it home to really appreciate the opalescence here. Wow, $17.95 for 50 carats of Ethiopian opal. Sheila, what an incredible price for that.
It is, and that strand will go so far as well. Excuse me.
Can you see the opalescence from
gorgeous,
where you are?
Absolutely beautiful.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's not coming through on screen. It's so frustrating.
Yeah. Do you know what would go lovely? That citrine that you had earlier on as well.
Really?
That
yeah, the citrine
well
silver chain.
Yeah, and the citrine gemstones as well to go with the opal.
The lemon quartz nuggets, that's the one. Sorry, I was being confused there. I know what you mean. Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
But so that those, because the tones are so neutral in there, and I know you've also got the deeper ones, but it goes with so many things, and to have in your stash, it's a perfect, because the drops on there are gorgeous. They make flowers. They make. You can wire wrap them. You can use them in wedding jewellery. So, really, the world's your oyster.
Amazing quality of opal there. The price point isn't, again, representative of what you're receiving. You are going to fall in love with that when you see it in the flesh. We're now going to bring you another wholesale bundle. We want to cram as many deals in as we can before the end of the show. Don't forget our Tanzanite coming up at 8:45, and we've now got an opulent trio of gemstones for you. Again, featuring January's birthstone, this beautiful strand of Rhodolite Garnet here. I love these. I love these cuboid shapes of clear quartz. Corner drilled cuboids of quartz.
They're stunning in tiaras. They really, really are in cones. Beautiful. Yeah, I use those a lot in the...
That's more of like the traditional designs, isn't it? But also they're really popular in contemporary designs, aren't they? There's little charms as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's all about your imagination. The gemstones are there. It's all about your imagination and what you do with them.
Absolutely. I would say you're only ever limited by your own creativity.
Yeah.
And so the more you think outside the box, the more you experiment, the more elaborate your designs tend to become. Great graduation on this particular strand. They range from 5mm to 9mm. And when you think about charms, you know, not just in terms of traditional charms for your sort of tennis bracelets, but also if you think about bag charms, glass charms, even if you think about the very popular brand of boots that people wear during the winter period, you see those kind of charms as well, don't you? Amazing.
They also make nice ankle bracelets too.
But those people have started to sort of embellish those traditional looks by featuring gemstones, and I love this combination here because you've got this very dynamic cut of the corner drilled cubes, and then you've got this classic luster from your black onyx. A very traditional gemstone, a gemstone that's used as an accent by the likes of Cartier, Gucci, Topaz, those really household names in terms of luxury jewellery. Okay, so this is another guessing game. Well, we've got January's birthstone, we've got these beautiful cuts in the clear quartz, and we've got classic black onyx, over 100 carats of that as well. An opulent trio. Oh, less than £3 a strand. I can tell you what my guess was going to be for a wholesale price if you want. Shouldn't even want to give me a chance. £14.95 is what I was going to guess. Yeah, and I was thinking under £5 a strand, just because you've been so aggressive on your price points tonight. I was going to say £14.95, and see that as incredible value. It's only Monday. This is the way to get your week started with a bang. Black onyx, clear quartz cuboids, and just, can I just show you, over 30 centimetres of Rhodolite garnet. You could pay that for, you could pay $8.95 for the garnet any other time, couldn't you? This is an incredible bundle. Sheila, would you use all of these together, or would you use these as a sort of stash builder?
I think I would. I don't know. I think you have to sit and look at your gemstones, and I mean, I'm just looking at the black onyx there, and that's beautiful. And you could just put the sort of cubes in between. You know, you don't have to. But then again, you can also use those with 2 strands of your beading thread through the sort of long, elongated ones. So use 2 strands, and then put the 1 strand through. Then on the second strand, drop 3 of the cubes, just dropping down in between, then take the thread through again. So you've got it. You've got the thread going through both of them, but you do them separately. So you've sort of got this zigzag effect.
I can picture it in my mind.
You know
yes,
what I mean?
I can
You've got like
picture it in my mind.
3 of the quartz dropping down, but then you take the strand back through the next elongated onyx, and then go all the way along like that. Gorgeous. If you want to, or just do it a feature in the middle.
Absolutely, so that's a great idea. Actually, you know, again, if you've got any ideas of how you're going to use it, I think some people have because they're already multi-buying this particular bundle. This is flying out the door. I have to say. You're teaching them a lesson tonight, aren't you? That's why she's the boss. Don't mess around. When Martha's on air, get on that free phone number. $2.99 a strand. I mean, traditionally, these would all come from our Gems of Distinction range, which is our elite quality of gemstones sourced by our Indian buying office over in Jaipur, which is, of course, the premier location for gemstone trading across the globe. And you know what? When I was in charge, you weren't allowed to take a Gems of Distinction strand under $9.95. Now you can take 3 of them under that price point. But do you know what? That's indicative of the buying power we now have here at JewelleryMaker. We've got you know, buying offices all across the globe sourcing some of the finest quality gemstones at the most competitive prices. I'm just blown away by that. $2.99 per strand. Okay, if you want to share your design ideas with, or maybe you just want to say thank you, producer Martha, for taking these must-have strands to these ridiculous prices, text in 60777, start your text with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, if you are logged in at JewelleryMaker.com, you can just type away, it will come through. In fact, I said this last week, but I was watching the show on my smartphone the other day, and it's already there for you. You don't have to do anything. You can literally type on your phone. There you go, as Martha's saying. She can actually watch what the producers are up to, even when she's in the bath. Debbie, over in the States, taking advantage of this particular deal. Oh yes, the black onyx looks like piano keys. Now, there isn't actually an interesting connotation to that, because a lot of people will obviously make jewellery designs for people when they've had accomplishments. So this time of year is a good time to consider that. There's a lot of exams going on, mock examinations, but also, how about musical gradings? If somebody's just passed their grade 5 in piano or whatever, create a beautiful gemstone piece of jewellery. Martha wants us all to know about her accomplishment of passing violin grade 2 when she was 12. Okay. We are going to have to move on from that one. As I say, we've got a lot to fit in. 15 minutes and counting. We're moving on. 14 and a half. I've got them. Here they are. Because we are joined by the lovely Sheila this evening. We've made this a little bit of a pearl-centric show.
Pearl-centric.
I mean, these are, again, out of this world. Do you know what? I imagine they've been classified as, oh, they're multicoloured pearls. I thought they might have been called peacock-coloured pearls.
Teal or peacock.
Do you know what, for me, when I'm looking at them, I'm imagining Tahitian pearls when I look at them. And of course, these are some of the most luxurious pearls on the planet. Again, you know, I have been fortunate enough to sell Tahitian pearls on our sister channel, 3-figure sums for Tahitian pearl designs, and I'm talking about one individual solitaire Tahitian pearl in those designs. So that's the kind of price points that pearls demand. Certain varieties, now these aren't actually Tahitian pearls, but they're very, very similar in terms of their finish and their colour tones. A real variation in the colours actually between blacks, purples, midnight blues, even teals like she was describing there. So love that, because of course that will feed into the kind of design you're going to create using these pearls. They're 5mm in size. That will be an approximation because there is a very subtle elongation to the shape. They're not exact rounds, but I think again that's going to benefit you as a designer. People will see this as the real deal, genuine sort of peacock coloured pearls. They have been classified as multicoloured pearls, and you can see those variations in the colour, but when you see them all stranded together, they do have that kind of peacock essence to them, if you like, that swirl of purple and green and those deeper black colour tones as well. 5mm, so, you know, big enough to make an impact, but you can still use them effectively as accents within your designs, of course. Actually, you could probably use these alongside the larger white pearls, I was thinking, just as spacers, or maybe even to frame the white pearls. Oh yeah, do you like that, Sheila?
Oh, yes.
I mean, there's nothing you can't put with a white pearl, but that in particular
you could do a lovely little ladder weave with the larger pearl, and then the smaller pearl, the ladder weave look gorgeous in that. Or leaves, you can make leaves with the tiny one and have some leaves coming, yeah. Gorgeous.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. There we go. Multicoloured cultured pearls.
Ed, and also, if you go in the tutorials, there's so many tutorials showing you how to do all of these techniques, so always go and have a look on there.
Absolutely, there's so many tutorials as well on our website, so you can get lots of inspiration if you do go to those sites, or our YouTube channel, of course.
Of course.
Oh my word, I thought you... I totally misheard what you said. I did not expect to see these coming in and add it to your order price. $6.95, Sheila.
I just had to look up twice then. I was like,
Had to double take.
Double take, yeah, it was indeed.
Actually, Sheila, we've got a little question about pearls. It's coming from Fran in London. It says, evening all. If Sheila were to create a pearl solitaire ring, how would she create the ring shank and setting? That's a good question, actually.
Very delicately, I think. I think I would do 2 strands of the thicker, like the thicker wire, make your base, and then just I would weave in between, so you've got sort of a little weave in between that goes all the way round.
Ah, and holds it.
That holds it, keeps it together, and then just take it at the top, and then just take it round your pearl.
Absolutely. Okay, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Actually, do you know what? With the larger cuts, with these kind of cabochon,
Hope that helps.
They do have a larger drill hole.
Yeah,
these 12
and
to
this is what you have to look at with pearls, because some of the tinier pearls have got small drill holes. Although it sounds a bit, I know it sounds a bit silly, but it depends on how they've been drilled. So each drill hole in pearls vary, so always check that out.
That's a good
to see whether you can.
A good tip to consider. But I was just thinking, with that one, you could probably get your wire through the drill hole, so that would be very easy to work with.
And also sometimes, if you just ream them, if you find that you have got a couple that are not, if you ream them, then it just gets that dust outside of the pearl that does get stuck sometimes.
Oh, there you look at that. Manners cost nothing.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you, Fran, for texting back to say thank you. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. And of course, you get your pearl reamer within your basic toolkit. So if you do find you're struggling, you can slightly enlarge the hole, but I wouldn't go too far because you could damage the mineral, of course.
You obviously do it carefully.
Oh, sorry, Sheila. Yes,
no,
absolutely. You've got to be careful when you're dealing with genuine gemstones. $6.95. We're going to move on to another incredible opportunity. Now, these got producer Martha very excited this afternoon. They are sterling silver. We have had them previously on the show, but maybe you missed out on your opportunity to own these particular, I suppose we could call them little space beads. I've seen them as little charms, personally. They're gorgeous because we know, you know, much like flowers or dragonflies, rose gold plated sterling silver little butterfly beads. They're 9 by 6mm in size. I think it might have been a couple of years since we've had these in stock. I think I've seen these previously, but they're back by popular demand. And the thing is, butterflies are very, very popular shapes, both for classic jewellery designs, but also contemporary feel as well. So you see like butterflies
really pretty,
and dragonflies. They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Butterflies.
They're very distinctive.
Might have to get some of those to make
they? Without
something.
being sort of going to overshadow anything within the design.
They're very delicate, aren't they?
Yeah, I agree, yeah. So they offer you something delicate, but they still offer plenty of character.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're delicate, but you can see them, as in, very clearly.
Absolutely, they're not going to get lost in the design. They're rose gold plated sterling silver, so again, you're instantly adding value to your design because people expect to pay a premium price for gold plated sterling silver, of course. And you do get 5 of these in total. I wonder if you could actually macrame with them, so you could have 5 little butterflies on your wristline.
I should imagine you would if you use because there's a generous hole in there. You could use some 0.6 would go through, maybe. Yeah.
If you try it, let us know. We welcome your feedback here at JewelleryMaker. We'd love to know what you create with these little butterfly. Are they beads? But they could be used as little charms as well, I suppose.
Are they spacers? Are they spacer beads? Aren't they? Yeah.
I think that's their intention. But of course, you're not limited.
Gosh, no, you're not limited.
You can use them in any way you want. I mean, even on a little hair comb like you've created there, they'd work, wouldn't they?
They'll go and you can do even just on a little drop earring with a pearl on the bottom.
Oh, that is a nice idea. Maybe even those little peacock pearls we just saw, just one of those dangling off shepherd hooks.
Yeah,
you'd make them in seconds, wouldn't you? And of course then you are demanding quite a high price point for rose gold plated sterling silver pearl earrings. Oh my word, we are going to give you another add it to your order price tonight. $7.95 for gold-plated sterling silver. I can't do that. Martha said the only choice is maybe to sack her, but I can't do that. I don't have that kind of gravitas. I just want you to produce every late show now, Martha. Yeah, you don't. I mean, you're not going anywhere in the evenings, are you? You've got no friends. No, I'm joking. I would never be mean to my boss. I'm just messing around. $7.95. I have to say, I bet all the jewellery makers wish you were here tomorrow because the prices have been incredible, haven't they?
In other words, what you're saying is change your arrangements, really.
Ah, well, that is a good point, actually. But Martha does say she will be producing the mid-shows on Wednesday and Thursday, so stay tuned from 1 p.m. $7.95 right now for rose gold-plated sterling silver butterflies. These are flying out the door. I am such a coward. Okay, let's move on. Say again, sorry? Oh yeah, I did show everybody this one earlier. This is one of my favourite strands that we have in stock here at JewelleryMaker. I'll tell you why. And I'm going to hone in on 2 individual gemstones. They're very, very delicate plastic rounds. I shouldn't really favour this, but I know the rarity of purple sapphires. And to see a purple sapphire is something quite rare, quite incredible. I have sold one once before. Again, 4-figure sums for purple sapphires. Faceted top drill droplets. Actually, do you know what? Every single sapphire on this strand is hugely impressive. This could be held up to, the classic 4C criteria that a master jeweller would use when we talk about the cut, the colour, the carat weight. These are covering every single base for you here. Faceted to perfection as always, top drill drop, so very delicate but very, very traditional in terms of the way they will hang within your designs. I mean, the colour tones are amazing, aren't they? You've got the classic midnight blue tones, you've got your sort of salon blues, hot pink sapphires, and then, I mean, violet tones, purple tones coming through. Absolutely exceptional. Not something you're going to see every day here. Well, not something you're going to see every day, even from luxury jewellers, in fact, because purple sapphires are that rare. These are absolutely top quality. In fact, you know what? If these were being sold in a boutique or even on the high street, I wouldn't expect to see these set into sterling silver. In fact, maybe not even 9 karat gold. These might be reserved for 18 karat gold settings. That's the kind of quality we're talking about when we look at these sapphires. 20 carats in total. I mean, they're just exceptional, aren't they? September's birthstone, but I think we know sapphires as one of the big 5, so always going to demand premium prices. And again, you know, maybe you want to create a very sort of self-indulgent design for this particular item. These are some of the finest quality gemstones I have ever presented here at JewelleryMaker. I am blown away, and we only have single figures of availability, and we better get the price on screen for all of the phone buyers, because the web buyers can already see these. $49.95. Honestly, to own a purple sapphire, I reckon there's some collectors out there who would be prepared to pay double that for one gemstone. Look at that, and it's a really rich purple tone there. It's almost like an amethyst purple that you're getting on these sapphires. Now, there's only a couple on the strand, I have to say, and you can expect that because of how rare they are, but just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. $49.95. These are flying out the door.
Exquisite.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah.
These are the kind of gemstones that people associate very, very high price points with, aren't they?
Colours of the rainbow, aren't they? Absolutely.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. You really have got virtually every colour in the rainbow on one strand. I mean,
and they make such beautiful, feminine, what's the word? Sort of chic, classy jewellery.
Oh, yeah,
you know
absolutely.
what I mean? Because of the sort of delicacy of them. And you don't see anything like that on the high street either.
Absolutely
you
not.
You don't know, do you? I mean,
you wouldn't see a purple sapphire on the high street. No. Well, I wouldn't expect you to. Depends where you live, I suppose.
And if you want to, you know, start to make your 400 pairs of earrings or 200, what a way to start them with.
These are the kind of gemstones that you could potentially retain for those personal commissions, or, you know, like our expert Jan, maybe if you start to work with these gemstones, you will receive commissions to create jewellery designs for jewellery boutiques. Okay, there's a lot of people now who have this in their basket, seem to be umming and ahhing, so producer Martha's decided to give everybody a treat. £2 a carat. £10 reduction. As I say, for some of the finest quality sapphires I have ever presented here at JewelleryMaker, I would say I've ever presented ever. And that includes the designs that I have brought to you on Gems TV. This is, in fact, there's absolutely no reason why these couldn't have been set into 18 karat gold and sold next door on Gems TV for 3-figure sums. Maybe even higher sums. Okay, I've got to leave it with you. If you've got it in your basket, you know what to do. Check out. You do have your extended money-back guarantee, but the price reduction is only available for 60 minutes. That was very, very generous for sapphires of those quality. Got to move on, though, because it's Tanzanite time. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Now, every evening we tend to close the show with our superstar bite. Certainly will always feature within the final hour of the show, and it tends to be our most exclusive launch of the night. Tonight, it absolutely is the most exclusive opportunity that we probably ever have brought you on the Late Show. Okay. The second the graphics hit the screen, you can start dialing the free phone number, or it will be made available at jewellerymaker.com. Click to buy now, but make sure you check out your basket. I have got 33 opportunities to bring you easily the finest quality Tanzanite I've ever presented. Faceted, graduated rounds. They range from 4mm to 6mm. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here come your graphics. Start dialing that free phone number right now. Hopefully, you'd already started dialing. You are at the front of the queue. I only have 33 opportunities, or should I say, I only had 33 opportunities. This is now available. Now, The interesting thing about Tanzanite is that despite the fact that it's such a late discovery to us within the gemological world, discovered in around 1967, didn't hit the market till 1969, exclusively sold by Tiffany's. Now, this is this month's birthstone, it's December's birthstone, and this was a very, very late inclusion as a birthstone. In fact, this was in the early 2000s that this became December's birthstone, and it was the first addition to the collection of birthstones since 1912. Basically, in 1912, gemstones started to become a very prominent industry, particularly within America, and so they had a kind of meeting of the mind, shall we say, in Kansas in America, where all of the gemological institutes got together and basically came up with a uniformed classification for birthstones. And you know, they decided that Garnet would represent January, Sapphire September. Half the stock's already been allocated, guys. If you've got it in your basket, please start checking out. We've still got phone buyers coming through. And what I will say is that remained the established collection classification for birthstones for over 100 years, until I think it was 2006 when they actually took a look at it and decided that they would now include Tanzanite as December's third birthstone. So you can see the prestige and the luxury attached to this gemstone, and what's that taking, 50-60 years to become one of the most sought after and luxurious gemstones on the planet. Now rubbing shoulders with the likes of emerald, sapphires, rubies and diamonds. No longer do we talk about that as a big four, we now talk about it as a big five. And it's because this gemstone offers you everything we associate with all of those luxury gemstones. So you think about the gorgeous colour play that you get in sapphires and the variation of colours. This gemstone deals with that on its own, because not only do we get pleochroism, where we talk about, you know, more than one colour, we get triochroism. We get 3 different colour tones coming through here. Violet blues, pink tones, red and browns as well coming through. On top of that, we've got the rarity. Thought to be 1,000 times rarer than diamonds. We've got, actually, it's probably rarer than that, actually, because we've got way more than 1,000 diamond mines across the world, and we've got one known source for Tanzanite. When I first started with the company, we actually thought we were almost depleted that entire resource. Then we learned about the way the gemstone actually forms and the way we can locate the deposits. Right now, we're going through that all over again. If you saw the Gems TV documentary on ITV, you'll see that Steve recently went to Tanzania and they couldn't get hold of any Tanzanite. They had to turn their attention to other gemstones. So who knows how long we have with this gemstone. It could be that our children or our children's children can't own this. And that is only going to drive the price point even higher. Now, when we first had this strand here on JewelleryMaker, again, we were able to offer it you in the sort of more organic tumbled nugget form. But now we can bring you top quality Tanzanite. Beautiful clarity, gorgeous faceting. I mean, look at the way it's sparkling there. And graduated sizes. So the job is done for you. I have to warn everybody, we only have single figures of availability remaining in stock. We've got 9 left in stock. I did promise you a price point of under £100. We are honouring the original launch price of yesterday morning's price on the morning show, $79.95. These were exclusively reserved for the late show this evening, just in case you didn't have the opportunity to invest in this yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 people with this placed in their basket. I've got 7 remaining in stock. You need to be checking out. Don't forget, you've got your extended money back guarantee. So even if you are caught in two minds, make your decision once you see it in the flesh, because I'll tell you, there's no way on earth you're going to send this back.
I didn't realise that was Tanzanite. Holding it up against something else, it's absolutely gorgeous.
I held it alongside the kyanite earlier, didn't I?
Yeah, you did,
yes.
That's right, yeah, of course, yeah.
I mean...
Because I go from you and then I'm engrossed in this and I forget where we've got to, you see.
That's it, you start, because you start designing. I mean, what would you create with this, Sheila?
I think I'd look at it for a very long time.
Just keep it in your personal collection?
Really, really, I think, because the gemstones are so amazing, I would keep it quite simple.
Yeah.
You can have something really, you can have maybe just a centerpiece that you make a little bit more, but I think on a chain with just a tanzanite, it's decadence, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, it's just exquisite.
Yeah,
I mean, I've made a few different references to, you know, my experiences on Gems TV when I was a producer, and I will tell you that the most expensive piece of jewellery I ever sold on Gems TV was a treble A tanzanite piece. I think it was just around about £4,000, although I am told that it was valued at more like 9. So it goes to show you the value they offer you on Gems TV, but also how prestigious tanzanite is. And I have to say, the colour tones that you're getting here, I mean, these aren't probably large enough carat weights to receive a genuine colour classification, but you'd say these are at least double A's if they were being given that classification. Maybe some of them are bordering on that richer saturation, but I mean, unbelievable. $79.95 for this kind of carat weight. You make your money back off one design, won't you? Okay, if you've got them on in your basket, I can tell you now, 1, 2, 3. Okay, in fact, I've got 5 remaining in stock. That is an accurate stock level, and I've got 5 people with it in their basket. So if a phone buyer comes through right now on the free phone number and wants to own tanzanite of this quality, faceted, graduated rounds for $79.95, somebody with it in their basket is definitely going to miss out. That's just the way it is. I did give everybody lots of warning that this was coming up at 7:45. Oh, there you go. There's 6 people now with it in their basket. Someone's definitely missing out on their strand. First come, first serve. First people to check out are going to be successful. And to be honest, if you are umming and ahhing, just start to think about the kind of price points you're going to be able to achieve with this strand of tanzanite. I mean, maybe you want to get 2 of these. Strand for you, strand for your personal commissions. I would say this is the kind of strand I would reserve for personal commissions. Can you imagine? In fact, you know what? You could buy this strand, you could just use 2 or 3 of these as feature gemstones on a gorgeous piece of jewellery.
Earrings, yeah, just a nice pair of earrings.
A pair of earrings, of course, what am I thinking of? Yeah. So 2 of these off the end of the strand, pair of shepherd hook earrings, that's a Christmas present dealt with. The rest of the strand is for, you know, pure profit after that, isn't it? Or maybe just for your own personal collection. Okay, it looks to me like this is going to be a sellout deal. There are 4 remaining in stock. There's more people with it in their basket than there are chances remaining, so I definitely think people are going to miss out on this deal. $79.95 for this exquisite and prestigious strand of gorgeous tanzanite. 35 carats of tanzanite for $79.95. Absolutely unheard of. You do need to be checking out those baskets, because I do think people are going to miss out on this deal now. We did reserve it to give everybody that opportunity to own it. We don't, you know, always see gemstones of this prestige here on The Late Show. They are often reserved for our flagship show in the mornings to our free view customers. We want to give everybody an equal opportunity to own this kind of luxury, and I think we can safely say we have done that this evening, bringing you 35 carats of tanzanite. I mean, just have one last look at that, because look at the...
Oh, it's amazing. It really, really is. From where I'm standing, I
mean, look at that.
The facets on it are just beautiful.
You've got this this gorgeous pleochorism, as I say, with that mixture of colours between the blues and the violets, the beautiful pinks and the reds. Have a look at this, Sheila. Yeah, get it in your hands.
I mean, do you know, just if you're having a special party, sort of over Christmas, maybe an intimate dinner party,
yes,
you could just put one of these tiny ones, just this pair. Maybe there's 4 of you there, you know, and they're friends, and you wanted to give, or 6 of you. You could just have a pair of earrings and just give the ladies there and put them in a cracker and. Really special. Yeah, it'd be really special. I mean, if somebody did that for me, I'd be like,
I'm not giving my tanzanite away.
No, well, I mean, you know, just
Do you know what that would be beautiful set with? the very delicate white pearls that we brought you in that.
Yes, yes.
White pearls.
Yeah.
Blue tanzanite.
They're here, aren't they? Those. Yeah.
Yes, there they are.
Yeah.
And you've set them, those white pearls, alongside the winter findings collection, haven't you?
Yeah, I've done most things tonight with the winter collection, actually.
We're going to bring that to you right now.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like that tanzanite will be a sellout deal, so please check out your basket as quickly as possible. We are going to give you one last deal here on The Late Show tonight, and it's our winter findings collection. So it features a huge array of items, so much going on here. You get fantastic carat weight here of gemstones. It's a mixture of pyrite and hematite, so real sort of party-esque
I didn't actually get round to using those because I've used it with the rest.
450 carats.
I know. I had so much fun, and they're so gorgeous, those charms and the findings and the spacer beads and the
There you go, you can see everything you're going to get there, because you do get your chain.
Snowflake.
Little
so
angel
much.
charms, Christmas tree boots, bells, snowflakes. You've got your classic toggle clasp, your heart-shaped charms as well, but then you've got sort of 195 spacer beads, and it's a must-have. In fact, it'd be a great gift for a jewellery maker, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
it's going to go so far, and at this kind of price point, that is one to stick under the Christmas tree, isn't it? $29.95. You can see those gorgeous charms there.
They are so gorgeous, they really, really are. I mean, you could just do a charm bracelet with that, couldn't you? But I've used it in lots of different ways, on the end of the comb and on a necklace, on a bracelet, in the earrings, so it
actually works out at 365 individual pieces of your rose gold plated copper, and then you've got 450 carats of hematite and pyrite, all for $29.95. Just these prices just don't add up, do they?
really no.
Lots of people flying in to take advantage of this deal. I'll tell you what, maybe a gift for, you know, a fellow jewellery maker. That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it?
I did that last year. I bought friends jewellery maker.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
It's a great way to actually get started with jewellery making, isn't it? Because you've got the organic nuggets and the hematite and the pyrite, and then you've got, well, a finding to meet any jewellery making design, haven't you, really?
I mean, if you think how much our findings packs are on, you know, just on our website, when you think what you get here, just imagine what you get here, and everything's sort of special, isn't it? You know?
Well, you've got so much detailing on the metal work, and you can see that here in this design, actually. You can see these little carvings. You know, it's interesting the way they do that. They actually take the plated metal and they actually sandblast it to create this textured finish, and then they carve the detailing onto the surface.
I mean, when you think how much work goes into what we, you know, what we sell and what we manage to get hold of, is just, and I think you have to go and see just how much intricacy is in it.
It's true. You have to see it to believe it, don't you?
You do. You really do.
So labour intensive to put together all these items, and then the kind of prices we offer you are just out of this world, aren't they? $29.95 for everything that you get inside of this particular findings kit. And I suppose, on that note, just enough time to thank everybody. So thanks, Bruce, for directing the show. Sam and Pete, you've been great here in the studio. Everybody has to wish a massive thanks to producer Martha, because the prices have been amazing. And of course, the lovely Sheila. Inspirational all night. Thanks, Sheila. And of course, you. Thank you for joining us. So, as I say, we'll be back tomorrow from 5 p.m. Martha will be back at 1 p.m. on Wednesday. And thank you and good night.
Good night. Take care.
Monday the 8th of December. Tell you what, we're almost halfway through the month. It's incredible, isn't it? Hey? How amazing is that? How are you? Did you have a good weekend? Did you have a good weekend? Yeah? No? Yeah? No? Yeah? Do any Christmas shopping? Tell you what, town was an absolute nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare. Deb, did you have a nice weekend, darling?
I had a lovely weekend, thank you.
What did you do?
What did I do? I was making jewellery.
Were you?
Sitting in my onesie.
Oh, lovely.
With the hailstones coming down
With the
outside.
what?
Hailstones. We had hailstones on Saturday night.
Did
I think
you
it was,
really?
Yeah.
Where do you
No,
live?
it was Friday. I live in the Shropshire, Staffordshire borders. So.
Blimey, you had hail?
Yeah, we're quite high. So if anything's going, we tend to get it. Yeah, hail, really big hailstorm.
Oh, we didn't have any hail. I'm a bit jealous.
It was amazing.
Like a bit of hail, bit of snow, bit of adverse weather conditions. Yeah, why not? We got the gorgeous Kerry with us today on camera. Hi, darling. There she is. Yeah, amazing. We have got the awesome Ollie directed. Say, how you doing, Ollie? He's doing